squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
'They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our heart.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Indian Organ Donation Day.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita, and we are thrilled to have you all today for this episode of Indian Organ Donation Day celebration. As we all know about life, and it's also the Friendship Day today, and the friendship that the life brings to us. The bonds of connections, with all that, how important the sustenance of life is. And in light of that, the importance of donation of an organ, how it can save somebody's life and bring such a big change. We'll be talking all about that, for which we have so many organizations that have joined us from all over the world, as well as experts, some donors, recipients, as well as the professionals who work tirelessly with all their efforts to save the lives of people. And for all this, let's get started with a short prayer of Gayatri Mantra before we move to today's episode. Taking a deep breath, closing your eyes, calm mind. As we join our hands together, let's chant Om. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Sadhima Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Tasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Om Swaha Tatsavitur Dhimahi Dhiyo Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. Talking about today's episode, why do we celebrate this day? Any day that is celebrated is reminding us the importance of how important that event is. And therefore, each day which we celebrate in our lives brings some important memories and also imparts wisdom, education, and knowledge to a lot of people to make them understand why a particular day is celebrated. As today's day is Indian Organ Donation Day, the importance of donating an organ, giving life to someone, making your heart beat in someone else's heart, and making your eyes see through someone else's eye. Isn't it really rekindling? It just gives the real meaning of we as a human being and the purpose of being as a human being, bringing life to someone even if you are not there. And I think that's the real meaning of organ donation, where you beat in somebody's heart, where you live through somebody's eyes, where your skin still glows and serves the purpose of humanity, the real wealth. And for this, I very warmly and very fondly would like to welcome my own favorite as well, the episode producer, as well as my guest of today, Kirit Mistriji, who is a senior host from Midlands, as well as who is the president of the Saha group as well. And I am really very happy that he tirelessly works in this field to bring so many lives brimming, smiling, giving cheers to them. A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome, Kirit Mistry.
Global Namaste, Amritaji.
Global Namaste.
Thank you for the kind introduction. And yeah, it's a amazing program today. Organ donation is something that I've been doing, raising awareness, particularly within the South Asian communities over the last 15 years. And it was touched purely because in the UK, our communities, the South Asian communities, and you'll hear from colleague Hilara and other colleagues as well, that our communities are high in need but not donating. And the current, since May 2020, the law in the UK changed to making sure we're all going to be organ donors, unless you opt out. And sadly, since May 2020, the current waiting list of people waiting for an organ transplant is over 8,000 people. So our communities we need to have more conversations. We need to have programs like this. And because of Organ Donation Day in India, over there, I've been following, and I'm privileged to be part of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation India, and also Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, which you'll hear from later. Rotary movement has been really spreading the word of organ donation, and it's good to see we've got colleague Mukesh Bhai here from the Rotary Club of Modessa. So over the last 5 years, organ donation in India is really, and you're going to hear the expert, Dr. Rita Dar, who's going to be talking about that. But our key message for us in the UK, it takes 2 minutes to sign up to become an organ donor, and you could save up to 9 lives. That's the key message. And because of our communities, because of our different religious communities, we've had to create faith campaigns. So as you can see my t-shirt, Hindus Embrace Organ Donation was one of the campaigns to target the Hindu community. We've got a Sikh, a Muslim campaign as well, because when I was starting to raise awareness, the first hurdle and the barrier that I was getting was I can't do it because it's against my religion. So we had to start talking about, where does it say in the Gita? Where does it say in the Quran? Where does it say in the Guru Granth Sahib? Where? Give me the chapter, the verse, page that it says you can't donate. Most of our religions talk about, humanity, saving lives. So that's where we started to create these campaigns to try and get people to think about, forget the religion for a minute. You need this organ. Will you take it? And 9 out of 10 people say, I will take it. So we need to educate people to say people have had to die to give you that organ. So when you do decide when you pass away, if your organs are good, then make sure you honor that and help save other lives. And you're going to hear from our excellent speakers today about this topic. And because it's Organ Donation India Day and Healing Our Earth, we're putting this program together to have a global message about, giving the gift of life.
Yeah, I think it's a very beautiful approach, a very beautiful thing, and a very pure and karmic thing that I think everybody, despite of anything, whether they belong to any place, caste, creed, or gender, can do it, because we all are one. We all are humans. That's why. So let's move to our first guest, Kirit Bhai. I'm really glad to welcome them, Dr. Rita.
Sure.
Namaste to you, Dr. Rita. Please do the introduction, Kirit. Thank you.
So thank you again. And it was amazing to meet Dr. Rita in Modessa last year when I happened to be in India and in Gujarat, and there was a program taking place by the Rotary Club of Organ Donation Modessa. The Rotary Club of Modessa, and obviously Mukesh Bhai is here today, so we will bring him in later. But it was good to see more organ donation awareness, and it just happened that Rita Dar G was actually going to be in Modessa doing a presentation to the Rotary Club around organ donation, and that's where we met. And since then, I've learned so many research documents. I've researched Dr. Rita Dar for the excellent work she's been doing, and she's an expert on organ donation in the Indian context. So, without further ado, Global Namaste, Rita ji, and thank you for taking time to join us today. And we look forward to sharing your wisdom and knowledge on how we get the message of organ donation in our communities to understand it better. So thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Shall I share the screen now? Is my screen visible?
Yes.
I am going to talk about today I'm going to talk about organ donation, Indian perspectives. I have done masters. I have done masters in public health and PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Right now, I am national assessor and national mentor with NHSRC, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. So as national assessor, I am supposed to move from one place to another and assess the health facilities of Government of India. But above all, I have done PhD on deceased organ donation in India. You can see my title of my thesis was to explore medical, legal, social, and ethical issues related to brainstem death, organ donation, and transplantation. And I was lucky to do a case study of National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, NATO, which is apex organization in the country looking after organ transplantation all over the country. So you can see that just you can see this person. He is Dr. Anil Kumar, and he's right now he's NATO director. He is doing a lot of work on organ donation and transplantation, and I am associated with him for last more than 15 years because I was doing PhD on this subject, and he was uh, uh, nodal officer for National Organ Transplant Program that started in India in 2009. So I had to get a lot of information from him. There are some articles which I have written with him also. So you can see him here also. Recently, I was in one of the training programs, some organ transplant coordinators at NATO, and I handed over a thesis, my thesis to him on that day. I have written a textbook on organ donation, multidisciplinary perspectives. When I was doing research, I could not find even a single book on organ donation. I was doing it from Jawaharlal Nehru University. We have 9-floor library there, but not even a single book on organ donation. So it made me think that there should be something for students to understand what organ donation is. And then I had decided in my mind that I will do it, write something about so that people understand, understand what organ donation is, what types of organ donation is, how organ donation takes place, what are ethical issues, and so many things. So I wrote this book, and I could understand organ donation is not only a medical procedure. It involves psychology, it involves sociology, it involves finances, it involves everything that I had read in my life. So I wrote a book on organ donation. It's one of its kind in India. I have not yet to see any book which textbook on organ donation uh, in India or abroad. So about this book, I have written various chapters: an introduction to organ donation and transplantation in India. What is tissue donation? What is organ donation? What is body donation? We have different laws in India for all these kinds of donations, and people have to understand all these things. So I have given an introduction to this, and then I gave an overview of global and Indian scenarios of organ transplantation activities. Then third chapter, an introduction to the national initiatives or organ donation and transplantation in India. Then fourth is living organ donation in India. Living organ donation is much common in India. You can see it in my later slides. Then fifth was cadaver or deceased organ donation in India, altruism in organ donation and transplantation. Then swap and domino transplantation, seventh chapter. Then eighth, opt-in system and other legal provisions for cadaver organ donation in India. Presumed consent system, unethical and unacceptable in Indian context. Then 10th was challenge of living and cadaver organ donation and transplantation in India. There are some common challenge to both, but there are specific challenge to living and cadaver organ donation. And then psychosocial and ethical issues of living and cadaver organ donation. This book is a comprehensive book which talks about different aspects of organ donation. If suppose somebody would have asked me to write a paragraph on organ donation about 15 years back, I would have not been able to write even a single paragraph. But after PhD, I could understand what organ donation is, and it was really, God has been helpful for me to write a book on organ donation, and which is really very much accepted. So Indian laws about organ donation, we have to see that we had brain death was accepted in the world in 1968. But this was not accepted in India in up to 1994. And Transplantation of Human Organs Act, which is called as in short form THOA, that was passed in 1994, February 4, through Gazette notifications. But later we did amendment and we Transplantation of Human Organs Amendment Act that included tissues also in 2011, September 27. We have, when some any Gazette notification about acts are there, these acts also follow rules. You can see that after 1994, we had Transplantation Human Organs Rule. We had Transplantation Human Organs and Tissue Rules, 2014. In between, we had Transplantation of Human Organs Amendment Rules, 2008, July 31. So this is our is Transplantation of Human Organs Act, THOA, 1994, February 4. And this tells that there should be no commercial dealing in organ donation and transplantation. And brain death was accepted as death. Brainstem death. It is not brain death. It is brainstem death in India. Now current scenario is like THOA was passed in 1994, as I have told you in my earlier slide. And National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization came into existence in 2014. So there was a gap of almost 20 years. But in India, this health is a state subject. This act left states on its own and do some organ donation activities. But NATO brought all these states and UTs together and did a lot of work. And even now they are doing a lot of work in creating awareness, roping in all the stakeholders and motivating them to go ahead in organ donation and transplantation. So at present, we have Indian networks for organ transplantation all over the country. We have NATO at national level. Even ROTOs were not there before NATO came into existence. ROTOs were formed later. Then SOTO, State Organ and Tissue Transplant Organizations, are also there. ROTO takes care of some regions, and SOTOs, each state has SOTO. As on date, day before yesterday, I was talking to Dr. Anil Kumar. He said that we have India with 28 states and 60 UTs. He told me that they have created 31 SOTOs. That includes 5 ROTOs and 1 NOTO also. Like ROTO, wherever ROTO is there, it serves the purpose of SOTO for that particular state where it is situated. Similarly, NOTO is in Delhi, so NOTO takes care of Delhi network also, hospital networks. Global and India's transplantation activities. I will talk about the recent one, which is available. Transplantation activities in 2023. Global activities as per Global Observatory of Donation and Transplantation. We have not many transplants are taking place all over the world. 1 lakh, when we are talking about transplant, we are talking about solid organ transplants. We are not talking about eye donations and eye transplants. We're talking about organs like heart, like lungs, like liver, like the kidneys, pancreas, small intestines. So total transplant that occurred were 1,72,409 in 2023. And Indian activities, as per NATO statistics, it was 18,378. Can you believe? It is too less a number. But as we need 4 lakh organs every year. So total transplants happened only 18,378. And total deceased donors, like a brain dead donor can give so many organs. Again, deceased donors are also 2 types: donation after brain death and donation after circulatory death. So total global activities, there were these many donors, deceased donors, including both 45861. And India had 1099 deceased donors that contributed 2935 organs. You can see out of 18,378, 15,435 were living donors in India. There were only these many organs donated by deceased donors in 2023. And living organ donor transplants were these many. 1/3, almost more than 1/3 of total global organ transplants. So the number is very less. Not many transplants are happening. It is not an easy procedure. We need lot of infrastructure, and better it is to take care of your organs. Better is to stay healthy. Uh, you do a lot of exercises and other things, lifestyles. You have to modify your lifestyles and take care of your health in a proper way so that you don't land up in need of an organ transplant, because not many organ transplants are happening all over the world, although there are a lot of activities being going on to improve organ donation rates all over the world, and India is no exception to it. Now, some facts about Indian organ donation practices. Some countries have brain death criteria of certifying death. Some have brainstem death criteria of certifying death. India has brainstem death criteria of certifying death, and 4 doctors are required to do apnea test twice to certify BST. It is not one doctor who can do it, and they are, some legal procedure is to follow to, some legal procedure has to be followed to see that who are the doctors who can, do apnea test and who can do brainstem death evaluation criteria. So I have told you earlier also, we have National Organ Transplant Program. National Organ Transplant Program, what does it do? It helps states to, conduct activities regarding organ donation. National Organ Transplant Program it provides funds, it provides guidelines for states to start transplant activities, and it started in 2009, and they are doing very well. At present, Dr. Anil Kumar, whose photograph I showed you in the first or second slide, he is the one who is taking care of National Organ Transplant Program as well as NATO place also. So we perform in India, we perform both living donor and disease donor transplants, and we do not have any guidelines for donation after circulatory death, DCD. But some of them are all taking place right now. Now, people and professionals lack awareness about body, organ, and tissue donation. I have told you that we have separate laws for body donation, we have separate laws for organ and tissue donation. But people and professionals alike, they have lack of awareness. People think that the way eyes are donated after death, organs are also donated after death, which is not the case. Organs can be donated only by brain dead donors, and brain death is not certified in homes. Brain death is not certified in mortuary. You cannot take any organ from mortuary. It's a ventilatory related ventilation. A person is on the ventilator. The professionals do not know that it is ventilator related deaths. The person has to be on the ventilator, then only the person can be declared brain dead. So both people and professionals lack awareness about these things. People think that if we donate body, organs can be transplanted, tissues can be taken away, and they can be transplanted. But we try to create awareness, and I have written in my book about what are the different things, how organs and tissue differ, and body donation also differs from organ and tissue donation. Then organ transplant program not included in professional curricula so far. That is, it has not been included in professional curriculum like medical students, for medical students or nursing students. It is yet to come. But recently I have heard that in one semester now they are going to put 2 hours course for organ donation for BSc nursing students. So Indian Organ Donation Day, we have been organizing Organ Donation Day from 2010 onwards. I would like to tell you that India has been organizing, Organ Donation Day twice a year. One by Times of India on 13th August, and one by Government of India. It used to be in the beginning, because I have been associated with this program right from beginning, from 2009. I am telling you that we used to do this Organ Donation Day. We used to observe this Organ Donation Day on 27th November. but now they have changed it to 3rd August, because on that day, first heart transplant took place. So they thought that they will change it to 3rd August. So 3rd August is the day, but yesterday sometimes it keeps on changing, because I have seen that over a period of time, I have seen that organ donation in India is given a lot of preference. Organ donation day is given a lot of preference by politicians, also by national NATO, also by National Organ Transplant Program. And every year, when NATO observes this day, they invite these politicians. Yesterday it was JP Nadaji who had inaugurated this organ donation day. It was done yesterday. So what do we do on this day in India? There are felicitation ceremonies, felicitation of donor families and recipients and winners of roto transplant games was done this time. Felicitating donor families who come to the stage and tell their tales. How did it make a difference in their lives? How good they felt donating organs, and seeing the recipients doing well, it is a great encouragement. When these recipients are also felicitated, the public sees that, public finds them that yes, donation can help recipients to lead a very nice life. So that is why they felicitate not only the donor families, they felicitate recipients and winners of transplant games also. Then award ceremony, awards to regions and state. They give best roto award, best state award, best union territory, best northeast state, emerging states in organ donation, excellence in promotion of organ donation, state and highest disease organ donation rate, special awards for promotion of organ donation. So these awards are given. Awards to hospitals and institutions, best non-transplant organ retrieval centers. We have non-transplant organ retrieval centers also in India. They do not transplant any organ, but they can retrieve organs. So we have almost more than 1,000 transplant and anti-ORC that are declaring brainstem deaths to retrieve organs. We have the awards are given to best government hospitals in transplantation, emerging government institutions in organ donation, government institution doing pioneering work in eye banking, best BST certifying teams also. And awards to transplant professionals, best transplant coordinator, region-wise, exemplary performance award, lifetime achievement awards, award to supportive stakeholders and supportive NGOs. So this award ceremony goes on, it is to motivate them to go ahead with it is really great motivation, and people feel that they should go ahead with these transplant activities. They should motivate people. They should do things for the people and promote organ donation all over the country. A few research findings, I would like to tell you about a few research findings which I did in my PhD. Not all can be told in 20 minutes duration, but I would tell you India follows opt-in system of organ donation. We don't have presumed consent. We have opt-in system where either the person opts in or the family opts in for organ donation. Most of my clients whom I interviewed, they had not pledged, but their families came forward and donated organs. Now I interviewed many people who had pledged, and I interviewed many people who had not pledged during these awareness programs. So there were some genuine people who really wanted to donate organs, but there were some fake also who pledged to donate organ. They said, we don't want to donate, but we want to prove that we are very good people. We want to, but now although we have signed pledge forms, but we will tell our families not to donate our organs. So there was a few fake, but there were many genuine cases also. There were less aware and unaware cases also. Very interesting in this area, people who had not pledged. Sometimes we feel bad when people do not pledge organs, but that doesn't mean that they are not inclined to donate organs. They could be indecisive at that time. They say, most of them said, we do not want to pledge organs, but we can, maybe we decide it later. So this group was, indecisive group was more in number than genuine non-donors. We do not want to donate. No, donation is not good. It is sin to donate organs. We want to go intact to God, who has given us so many organs, and we do not want to leave anything here. We want to go with everything to our God when we meet him after our death. So they were genuine, not people who did not pledge, but they were, most of them were indecisive. They wanted to do it later. Although in both these cases who had pledged, they were less aware, and they were, some of them were unaware also. What is brain death and how organ donation takes place, they were like that. Now, people who pledged and who did not, perspectives varied. Donating organs was virtue for people who pledged, and who did not pledge, it was sin. They said, we do not want to donate organs because we do not, it is sin to donate. We want to go intact. We don't want to go with all organs to God. While the people who pledged, they wanted to good to society. They said, we want to do good to society. We want people to see through our eyes. We want our heart to beat in someone's chest. We want to take care of others who are who are in need of organs. But people who did not donate, who did not pledge, some of them said they do not accept brain death as death, which is a global perspective also, and lack trust in medical system, and a few wanted to do so later. And one more thing, they wanted to do it on their birthdays. They wanted to sign pledge forms on their birthdays. For later, BST amounted to medical loot of organs for commercial. Because the trust deficit was also there, they said it was loot of organs for commercial purposes, named it as legalized murder or medical butchery for money or modern human sacrifices, etc. One important thing, both donors and recipients, they wanted to meet each other. While donor had different, perspective, the donor families wanted to see their donor alive in others. They wanted to see what difference their donation had made in the lives of people. And very interesting, one daughter, she had donated her father's organs, and she was telling me, ma'am, could you help me in finding who the recipient of heart of my father was? She was getting married, and she wanted that, I want that person to come to my come on my marriage and bless me. Father's blessing is important, and the heart recipient, if he comes, I will be blessed on that day. So she wanted so they had different perspectives, and they wanted to meet donor families for different things, for recipient family. So recipient also wanted to meet the donors. They wanted to thank them. One or two had gone and met the donor families and thanked them. They told them the donor is still alive in them. And some of them wanted to help the poor donor families. And one lady, she wanted that alliance. She wanted that, I want to get my daughter married, who got kidney of that donor. She wanted to get a match in that family, so that the donor remains there only in that family alone, through her daughter. So
Dr.
these are,
Rita, we're
now one
going to
more thing. Yes. Birthdays and organ donation in Indian context. Uh, People prefer to pledge on birthdays. I could find that there was something related with birthdays. They prefer to pledge on birthdays, not on the day when when awareness session was going on. BST donor organs were donated on birthday. One mother donated organs of her son on her birthday. She said, this is one of the best gifts I can give, donations I can do on that day. Recipient celebrates BST donor birthday. Transplant on birthday was considered a good omen. One BSD donor, many birthdays were taking place. Like a BSD donor was he was celebrating many birthdays in other recipient bodies. One transplant recipient, many birthdays. Transplant days was considered second birthday, and they were celebrating that day also. Recipient used social media for BSD donors' birthday. People prefer to pledge on birthdays, which is very important. We can do something in this case also. Some common myths, people think that a person is dead only if his heart stops beating, which is not true. You can retrieve a beating heart and transplant it somewhere. Brain death is also a form of death. Anyone can be an organ donor. People think anyone who has pledged to donate organ or can be an organ donor, which is not true. When awaiting transplant, the rich and famous get priority, which is also not true. It is as per the waiting list. Brain death, BST, and coma are same. They think that it is same, which is not true. People get money when they donate organs of their brain dead donor. They feel that when they have donated organs of brain dead donor, they get money. Doctors retrieve organs in mortuary for transplants, and some people were feeling that where these organs are going. So there are so many deaths taking place. Doctors are retrieving organs in mortuary, and not many transplants. Are they selling these organs? They feel that because they do not have proper information. Everyone who dies on road can donate organ, which is not true. So these are common myths
Dr.
which have to be there in our society and which have to be
Thank you, Dr.
redressed.
Rita. This is really wonderful.
Okay. Is my time over?
Yeah, Dr. Rita, we can have chit chat and discussions.
Okay, shall I stop it now?
Kirit, we cannot hear you.
Why?
Yeah.
Shall I stop it? Stop
you-
screen sharing then?
Yeah, can you stop screen sharing?
Yes, please.
So there's too much information. Very well done. It was very good. I noticed
Yes.
that there were 45,000 globally organ transplant, and India had about 1,099, which is literally
Yes.
2% only, wherein as a population, we are 20% of the world population. So we really need to step up the game 10 times more. So I think there is a lot of hard work to do. Isn't it amazing, Kirit, that we are lagging so much far behind, Amrita?
Yeah. That's true. But then what makes me happy is this kind of awareness and initiative. I think India is far back in a lot of all these things, and there's a big way to go for people to learn. I have a lot of questions which we'll be taking up later on in this discussions as we move. A wonderful job, Dr. Rita, and I congratulate you for bringing up this book on organ donation. I think not only the general public, but the children must also know about it so that as they grow up, they feel the importance. And there are a lot of things which you pointed out about the sociology, about psychology. There are various aspects of physical, mental being, which is very much interconnected with understanding people's opinion and also about lifestyle. And there are many key points that we can bring and have a great discussion on. Please stay around and let's have another guest. Kirit, we can't hear you.
Kirit, you're using Bluetooth, so reconnect again. We can't hear you if you hear us. Yeah, maybe go direct to the computer.
Okay.
If you set it back up, mute yourself and unmute. And Amrita, later, we got Arshna, who is here as well. Again, she's a guest contributor. And then we've also got Hilaria. And then we've got Mr. Randanwa as well. So we've got really good contributors who are coming, who will tell us much more about organ donation in the current scenario. Kirit, do you read us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you could improve your output for your microphone.
I've taken the microphone off, but you can hear me now. I'm right close to the computer. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Just speak a bit louder.
Okay,
And let's
great.
welcome the smiling Archana Arora over here. Over to you and Amrita. Thank you.
Okay, great. So
Thank you.
what Rita ji, sorry, I know you've done some excellent work with the tombola, so we'll capture that later in terms of education. But I'd like to introduce a good friend and also a good colleague. We joined the Rotary Organ Donation India Club. We founded that 3 years ago with the blessing and support of but Anil Srivastava. So and the passion of Dr. Ashna, by day she's an dentist. She's also an entrepreneur who's obviously manufactured her clothing and design, but her dedication and passion has been when we joined the Rotary Club of Organisation India, it was about how can we get the young people involved. And since then, she's the director, youth director, and the president-elect for the Rotary Club of Organisation India. And she's going to talk to us about an initiative that she's been spearheading with young people, youth organ donation awareness. So, Dr. Archana, thank you for coming, and it's good to see you. And over to you.
Hi, Kirit. Good afternoon and good evening to one and all. And thanks for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here on Indian organ donation, listening to various aspects of organ donation related to India and abroad as well. But I'm here to talk about youth-related movement, which is the extra triad we need to add. We have to catch it young to increase the awareness, to increase the more compassion. We have to build in a more compassionate society. So I'll be talking about the role of youth leadership in organ donation awareness in today's session. Kindly, can I share the screen?
Yes, you can share. You should be able to co-share. Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And I'm audible?
Very audible. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. So today we are talking about youth leadership in organ donation awareness. Be the voice, be the change, be the lifeline. Organ donation, as we all know, is one of the most selfless and life-saving act a person can commit to. Yet, despite its immense impact, there remains a significant gap in the awareness, especially in communities in India, especially where myths and misinformation and lack of dialogue prevail. So in this landscape, youth leadership emerges not just as a powerful force, but a very hopeful, powerful change. It can bring about an entire change in the thinking of the community. So now the question comes, why youth? Youth brings, number one, innovation and energy. Yes, we all know youth are quite energetic and innovative in their ideas. They have a strong digital influence. We all know today's youth, the influencers, they are all over the digital social media, be it Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, XYZ. I don't know much about that, but yes, they do have a very strong digital influence. So they can lead any social cause through digital influence. Thirdly, peer engagement and relatability, because the influence they can create with their peer is far, far, far better than our lectures and our sessions to them. And a sense of responsibility towards the change. So youth are not just the future, they are the present. Now comes what role and how role a youth can play in organ donation awareness. Number one will be as educators and advocates. Youth can lead campaigns in schools, colleges, online platforms to educate others about organ donation. They can talk about registration process, dispelling myths, and more so, to have organ donation awareness, as well as we have to create a healthy lifestyle. That also has to be catered from the young age. According to the previous data from 2016, it was the chronic kidney diseases, the rate was 11.3%. I'm talking about India, and it has increased to 16.5% in 2025. So there's a rapid increase of chronic kidney diseases in children. So we have to catch them young, and it starts at a very young age where it gets unnoticed. So through YODA, we would want to promote organ wellness as well. Then is going digital. Children are very quick and very creative, like for reels, videos. They create hashtag movements, live sessions, podcasts. Then thirdly, they can drive communities into their action by events, debates, donor drives, walkathons, cyclothons, local collaborations. Then fourthly, they can work by building partnerships or collaborations with local NGOs, hospitals, Rotary clubs, local leaders, media and educational institutions. So when they collaborate, the impact is amplified. So here I'm not talking about organ donation. I am talking about how youth can fit into the model and be an equal tire to us and can help raise awareness. Then they not only do they have a role in awareness, they can also participate in policy participation. Now, how does in policy? They can be advocates of progressive donor laws. They can help us in simplifying the registration systems. They can represent youth in public discussions. So the youth's voice matters in shaping the policies. So now I will introduce you to the concept of YODA, which is Youth Organ Donation Awareness, which I am mentoring 3 clubs under me. One is Venki Yoda, which is for the interactors. Then is Yoda Bengaluru. It is a community-based interact club, and Rotract Yoda India, where we have children of above 18 working for the organ donation awareness. So Yoda is a Rotary Club of Organ Donation RID 3234 sponsored movement aimed in educating and empowering our youth, building a donor conscious generation, and encouraging a grassroots level campaigns. So how did it start? Yoda has a vision and a structure in mind. So we are definitely halfway through. The vision of Yoda is to grow pan-India. So we already have 3 Yoda clubs operating all over India, and the 4th will be very soon launched. And eventually we want to take it global through Rotary, striving for a well-informed society so that no one across the world dies waiting for an organ under the Yoda. So now comes the Yoda club model. So the Yoda club model is that each Yoda unit will function independently, whichever club it belongs to, but has to meet quarterly on online platform to discuss their online projects. They will brainstorm on new ideas. They will share success story, and then they will take it forward to their respective communities. So Yoda, which was initially thought will be as an autonomous club model with a Yoda federation that will elect its own regional, national, and international leadership. And we thought the elections will be from the local clubs. And yes, because it's a baby of RCOD, the RCOD will have an authority to veto. This way, it encourages Rotary Fellowship, global leadership building through networking and shared purpose, and will lead to a better movement. So what exactly Yoda in action can do? It can lead to youth-led awareness drives, cross-campus collaborations, creative outreach, flash mobs, art walls, podcasts, real conversations that inspire change. So now comes the real impact. The real impact is that the history is full of examples with youth movements which have transformed societies. From civil rights to environmental reforms in the field of organ donation tours, students and young professionals have launched successful awareness drives and registered thousands of donors and even contributed to the changing mindset of the conservative society. So it will help in sensitizing thousands, it will increase the donor pledges, it will also shift the community's perception, and last but not the least, it will create new leaders. We will have a new row of leaders taking the cause forward. So every story shared and every donor added will matter. So I believe that let them be the change makers of today. Let them lead the conversation, take the responsibility, create a movement of awareness. Because one voice can inspire many. Now I'll be sharing few pictures of what our Yoda models have already accomplished, and we would like other Yoda models to emulate it and and then network with each other and grow it into a world movement. See, they have taken up various community awareness drives. I think in this last 2-3 years, they have reached out around 50 to 60,000 of young students and adults. They have carried out various workshops in NGOs, old age homes, various schools. They have, as I said, young children are innovators. What we cannot think, they can think. They can think far beyond. So they have innovated this organ donation chatbot. And then they have also innovated Donor Rise. Donor Rise is also, it's a platform. You can keep it in a reception area of hospital, and You can ask anything about organ donation with donor eyes, and it has won the national science exhibition exams or competition as well. So children are far innovative than us. They have also invited special guests for educational seminars in their schools and other communities. So as I said, their role is not restricted to just organ donation, because when we talk about only organ donation awareness, we cannot bridge the gap. We have to work on promoting wellness as well, because the gap has to be bridged from both ends. We should not be needing, number one, that much of organs if we live a healthy lifestyle. And if we do, then we should donate healthy organs in both ways. So Yoda works on organ wellness by having health checkup camps. They associate with other health organizations like Red Cross, Serpentine, NSS, AIYL. These are all youth-related organizations. So Yoda has already collaborated with many of them, and then various workshops and sessions have been taken around. Then, as I said, policymaker. As in South India, the Water Bell Initiative, that's a Jal Dhwani, where children have been given a 5-minute break 3 times during the school time to have water to take care of their kidneys. This project has been very much implemented by Yoda in North India in various schools. And now we are working on increasing its reach to all the private schools in Northern India. Then through sports and yoga, they are taking organ wellness forward. They participate in various competitions organized at various state and Rotary level, and they have won prizes like competitions like walkathons, and then poster competition, debate, quiz. Not only that, the Yoda have already added a lot of pledges to the donor pool. Like the first picture shows the girl, she's a Yoda Rotractor. She has already got around 150 eye donation pledges, and the one in the lower picture, she is the president of the Rotaract Club India, and she's also actively working, and through her Echoes of Life project, I think she has already raised awareness up till 5,000 students up till now. So, and it goes on. And like any other club, they have their own fundraisers. They don't need any help from our Rotary Club. They are working on their own. This is all their own fundraising. They are managing it on their own without any help of their parent club. That is a catch point to them. So children are such passionate towards it. And lastly, definitely, when so many students together at various levels in India are working together, so a fellowship and networking is built. So one and all, I would say right now we are pan-India, and I'm actually hopeful that we do have more Yoda clubs work across the globe, so that we have a bigger Yoda umbrella, and we can work on a particular system and take it forward. So with this, the Yoda model, I've already, so if any questions regarding it, I'm open to it.
Thank you. Great presentation, and it's good to see that your entrepreneurship is reaching the young people to do their own entrepreneuring with fundraising and developing their own products, which is amazing. So one question really is I like your how can we take this globally? You know, it's a great initiative, and the work that young people is empowered by young people, led by young people. So it's amazing to see that, and you've dedicated a lot of your time to mentor these young people. So what's the strategy of taking this globally through the Rotary movement?
Yeah, definitely. As I discussed in one of my slides, we want Rotary should take up Yoda as, like RAG, we have a Rotary Action Group. I will be writing a letter to Rotary International to form such kind of a cause-based group for students as well, where they are under one umbrella, because children, when they are added into the students, if they're added into the Rotary Action Group, they do not mingle much with the adults. So they should have their own platform where they can freely discuss and brainstorm on ideas, and then they take it forward. So I will be very shortly writing to the Rotary International about it. But till that time, we already have a Yoda community group where all the Yodas and I am leading with that, are there in the community group in a Yoda Together We Can, where they post there and share their projects and events, and children interact. Right now it's pan India because we have 3 to 4 clubs in India, but in case it goes global, we welcome them in our community till RI takes some action and take it into a major platform. So I and we all will be there hand holding them, but definitely the movement has to be theirs.
Great. And I think it's something that obviously through our Rotary Club for Organisation UK, it's a great opportunity because we're trying to do it UK wide. So I think the idea of not just involving young people, but setting up their own platforms and to lead that is the key.
But because it gives them a lead, see, forget about organ donation as well, forget about the cause as well. It gives them leadership skills as well. So we have to talk about student mentoring on the whole perspective, not only for the cause.
Yeah.
They have to be an overall well-informed and a better citizen with leadership skills, compassion, and ethics. Everything has to be. So when they form an individual club, they become a whole person. They grow up as a whole person. So we are working on all levels when we work for a youth-based club.
Neil Kumar or Amrita ji, any questions or from yourselves in terms of the presentation that we've just had?
Yeah, wonderful work as well. I think you are touching up the domain for the pillars of the country to start up with and to understand. What difference have you found in the people and their mindsets before and after all that?
First of all, I would start with my own example. See, I joined Rotary around 3 to 4 years back. So till I was 35, sorry, I'm not revealing my age, but I'm telling till I was 35, I never knew about organ donation. Though I belong to a medical family with all the medical professionals, we don't have any other professional in our family in it. But today's youth, with this kind of movement, each and every child, where I am mentoring, the whole school knows about organ donation. So the basic concept about organ donation, children already have started knowing about it. Secondly, they are so free to talk about organ donation. There is no taboo attached because we have given them a lens to see organ donation as a topic about life, not about death. So they can easily have the family conversations, which we at our time were unable to start it. So I feel lot has changed. The atmosphere about talking about organ donation, they are more open to it, the dialogue. So the kind of questions they ask me, even I have not thought, ki ma'am, one of the question was, ma'am, what about the postmortem? After the postmortem, what will happen? Can they donate something, So they come up at 1 o'clock in midnight, some children will ask me a question, ma'am, what about this? What about this situation? What about this situation? So they are more involved into it. They don't find it a taboo. They are very open to talking about it with their family members as well. So I think there is a change, and they will definitely lead to a bigger change in the statistics of organ donation.
Is there any particular age group that you're targeting for your work?
Yeah, we have 2 age groups. One is the under 18, which are the interact clubs, like from 14 to 18 years, that is secondary school students. And then is 18 to 40, which are the rotractors. So mostly young college students which take up this, because in college every day there are so many I think what do we say, there are so many clubs which work and very festivals also there where large number of crowds gather. So this is actually a great platform to take organ donation awareness forward. So I think their reach is much farther than ours, much farther.
Excellent. Thank you. Certainly, I would encourage you to also reach out to Dr. Rita Dar in terms of her Tombola initiative and the education. So now you've connected, I think it's important that this will help us grow faster, and I think it's great. So on that note, Ashnaji, thank you for coming, and obviously stick around because you've got Professor Gersh Randawa talking later, and also now you're going to hear from a colleague of ours who's part of our Rotary Club for Organ Donation UK, Hilaria, who's also a recipient, a kidney recipient, but also has founded her own NGO. So she's going to talk more about the work she's doing in the UK around tackling some of the disparities, like you mentioned, and the health inequalities. So stick around, and thank you for joining us, and look forward to helping and looking at the global picture later with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
on that note, Hilaria, thank you. Firstly, a global namaste and happy birthday to you for joining us on your birthday.
Yeah, happy
Thank-
birthday, Hilaria.
Thank
I
you.
would like to sing from our Healing Our Earth family because we have a tradition to celebrate birthdays for everyone. So here we go. Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. With loads of love and wishes from all the Healing Our Earth family, viewers, as well as our founder and director, Neil Kumar, and the whole team of Healing Our Earth, and me personally, and Kirit Bhai, wish you a very blissful birthday.
thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just going to quickly share my screen.
Thank you,
Yeah, but before
Amrita.
that, let's have a comment
Thank,
from our.
thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Amrita. Welcome, Hilaria. Great. We need to bring Dr. Randhanwa in about 15 minutes time because at 3:30 we are doing collaboration. So Hilaria is all yours for the next 12 minutes and 3 minutes chit chat. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my slides?
We can see you, not the slides yet.
Oh,
You
okay.
paused it. If you could yes. So if you unpause you were sharing it, but you had paused your slides.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to
Try again. Share screen.
okay.
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yes. And
Yes.
maybe you can remain incognito so you can get a large screen.
Yes. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hilaria Asumu, and I'm deeply, deeply honored to speak on this subject that is really, really important to me. So I guess, most people who are on this call would not know me. As I said, as Kirit said, I'm a kidney transplant patient. And I want to tell you a little bit about, how I became a kidney patient. So in 2008, I had a miscarriage at 22 weeks. And that deteriorated to septicemia, multiple organ failure, to cardiac arrest, and I was in a coma. And when I came out of that coma, I was told that because of the multiple organ failure, it had affected my kidneys. So I had to go on dialysis. So I went on dialysis and I was on dialysis for a while, but one of the consultants decided that they could manage me because my kidney was picking up. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I got pregnant again, and this was 2010. And the same thing happened like in 2008. I had a miscarriage at 22 weeks, septicemia, multiple organ failure, two cardiac arrests, and I was in another coma. And this time, as they were taking me out of that coma, my lungs collapsed. They had to reintubate me to save my life. Unfortunately, as they were trying to bring me out of the second coma, I wouldn't wake up. And whilst they were trying, they couldn't wake me up. They gave my husband a date when they were going to turn the machine off. And that day, the date they gave him, I woke up on the morning. So again, it was a no-brainer because of the previous previous episode in 2008. I had to go on dialysis. Now, the first time I did dialysis through a neckline, and then they started managing me. But this time, they gave me a choice of peritoneal or hemodialysis. I went for peritoneal. So I basically, because of my choice, I did all the different types of dialysis. And the peritoneal failed. I was doing the peritoneal dialysis, but it failed. My peritoneum failed. So I had to move to hemodialysis using the fistula. And that came with its problems, as well as the peritoneal. I had 2 or 3 episodes of peritonitis, and that was really hard for me. And when my first episode started, I already had 2 kids, a boy and a girl. They were both 5 and 6.
So by the time, the second time around, it was really crazy. And I thought I wasn't going to make it. So I had to teach my children to be independent of me. And, my whole family came forward. I have 7 brothers and sisters. All of them came forward to test. None was a match. Both my parents came forward. None of them was a match. And my girlfriend from high school also came forward. None of them was a match. So I waited from 2008 till 2018 for a transplant. In 2017, I had a chance. Unfortunately, I didn't get that. Somebody else got that. I was okay because I felt, I was at peace with myself because I'd already prepared everybody for the worst, really. But 2018, in March 2018, a mom who had lost her son agreed to organ donation. And that's why I'm here today speaking to you. I received my transplant in March 2018. So I am just over 7 years. Without organ donation, I won't be who I am today because I've gone on to do a lot of things that I wouldn't normally do. If I was, healthy, if I had my whole health and everything. And I'm so grateful to my donor family. Today is my birthday, and I woke up this morning thinking about my donor and his family as well. And I just hope that they found the strength to move on. This second chance that they gave to me opened a lot of doors. I'll just move to the next slide. Oh, it's not moving.
Do you want to stop and start again sharing?
Yeah. I'll just try.
Valeria, even without your slides, your story is so amazing, and I feel so blessed to have wished you on the birthday of yours. I'm like,
Thank you.
this is amazing. I
Thank
really
you.
thank God. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why it's not moving.
Okay, don't worry. Maybe we just have a chit chat.
Yes,
Larry,
okay.
just switch it
Please
off.
share
Chit
your
chat.
story and please, yeah, just read about all that, whatever you are sharing. Let us.
I think a chit chat will be better because then the consumers who are on the YouTube, Facebook can get encouraged that life is not coming to end. Whatever
Exactly.
is
Yes, that's
diagnosed,
true. That's true.
be positive, don't manifest, and don't worry till it happens. So carry on, Kirit, Amrita with
Okay,
Hilaria.
thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, you're going to
So,
talk us about the need in the UK, particularly for our community. So I think that'd be an important aspect of getting our community to understand that organ donation. Why is there so much resistance within our communities, the Black and the South Asian communities?
Yes.
Again,
Yes.
share whatever you wish in terms of this chit chat. We've got
Yeah.
Dr. Amrita as well here.
yeah,
Okay.
apart
So,
from this,
yeah.
also, I wanted to ask you,
Yeah.
Hilaria, this is also a very important question, but then I also want to add on with the other aspects of what gave you the power of resistance and how the power of perseverance and patience has helped you in your life, because I think a lot of people lose hope, and what has pulled your chains up to make you what you are. So these two aspects are very important because all these things are related with sociology, psychology, and the aspects of understanding life in a very broader perspective.
True.
What we just bring it in a very narrow domains of our mind. So over to you. Please go
Yeah.
ahead. Thank you.
So I think the reason why people resist and the reason why they're scared sometimes is the lack of knowledge. And when I was given that second chance, before I became a kidney patient, it never crossed my mind to actually think about organ donation or kidney disease because I come from a very healthy family. Okay, I just lost my dad. My dad was 91 when he died on the 8th of July. And, at that point, I thought he'd lived a good life. He lived a long life. He saw me, push through all the stresses of being a kidney patient. Now, some people have families, and those families, they don't have the time to talk about health. They don't have the time to talk about, issues because they're very busy, because it's a taboo subject and nobody wants to talk about it. So I started out without that knowledge. But when I became a kidney patient, with all the, the trials I went through, the tribulations, the pain and suffering, it changed my outlook. And I received my transplant in 2018. And that day, what happened was that they called me in the morning. Um, when I moved from peritoneal, I went on to hemodialysis through a fistula. And I was on that for 3 years with my girlfriend being in the paid scheme because she came forward and said, Prof, I would like to donate to you because I hear people asking you every day how you're doing. What's happening? I told her my story. And she said, well, I've got two healthy kidneys and, I'm quite happy to donate one to you. I said, okay. And she got through to the living donor team in London. I was in Manchester. And all through that time, we're waiting. Nobody was coming through because my antibodies were at 97%. So obviously, anybody who comes through is thrown out. So when I finally got my transplant, it was like I've been given a new life. I've been given a second chance. And in my head, I was thinking, how do I give back? And as I came out of the theater that day at 9 o'clock in the morning, I went in at 2, I came out about 7 or 9. And a call came through. It was somebody from NHS Blood and Transplant, which is the organization in the UK that works with different organizations raising awareness about organ donation and getting people to sign up to donate. And the lady asked me if asked about my condition and when I was getting my transplant, and I told her that day I got my transplant that day, and she was a bit flustered. I said, "Don't be flustered. You go ahead. What you want to ask me?" She asked. She said, "I would really like you to come on board with us to raise awareness in your community, to raise awareness about organ donation." And at that point in time, you could ask me anything, and I would say yes. And I said, yes, of course, I would do it. And I started working with NHS Blood and Transplant, first as a campaigner and then afterwards as an ambassador. And in that time, I started working in the Black community, in the African Caribbean community in the UK. And I found that there was a whole lot of resistance. You name it, educated people and non-educated or people who don't have any idea about organ donation. Even medical doctors were resistant about donating or signing up to donate organs. They would agree to donate blood, but not organ. And when I ask why, and they come with religion and they say, oh, because I want to die with my whole body complete. And I said, do you realize that when you go into your grave, that your body is going to rot and it's going to go to waste because you could have done something after you're dead to help several other people? You can actually save up to 9 people. They still refused. And a way I try to show people is to tell them that I'm signed up, because another thing is they feel that if they donate, what if they need the transplant, they need their kidney fails afterwards, what would happen? And I got that question recently. And there's so much fear, so much sort of like, suspicions around, what they're going to do with the organs, so much, cultural and traditional practices that makes people resistant to actually do something good whilst they're alive, not just about living donation, but also what after they've died. With living donation, as I tell them, if you donate, what you can donate is a one kidney. You can live perfectly with one kidney. I'm a good example of somebody living with one kidney. And also you can donate a part of your liver. And I tell them, your liver can grow back. It can regenerate to its full size. They don't believe, they are sort of like shocked, like, really? And I tell them, yes. So would you consider doing that? Would you consider being that? So those are some of the suspicions people have. And then you've got family pressures. You've got peer pressure. And then you've got that if the person is married, the husband will say, no, I don't want you to do that. And you find that a lot of people in the UK are in those situations. So what I usually do is say, if you have that issue, I will come and speak to your family. I'll come and tell them, we need to start having these conversations. So I have a radio show where I talk about people signing up to organ donation and having
Yes.
that talk. And we've had a lot of, campaigns from NHS Blood and Transplant. And one of them was leave them certain. So that's a sort of,
So Hilary, do you do counseling sessions for these families, and how does that work?
No, I can't do counseling sessions for family because I'm not oh gosh, the word's going off my head.
Yeah,
I'm not,
but then you yourself are a great example to set for the
yes,
people, because
yes, I'm
you
not trained
yourself,
to be a counselor. I'm
The
a
yes,
important
your
counselor.
story itself
The,
is
the
a
important thing, Amrita, Kirit, and Hilaria, is that Hilaria is so passionate that she's not only bridging the health inequalities, but she's also promoting organ donation in across diverse population. And one of the person, Hilaria, and we would like to introduce, he doesn't need introduction,
Yeah.
is the our senior anchor here, who is also the founder and charter president of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International.
Okay.
And when he started with Healing Our Earth, he found the inequality in India was between men and women. The women gave more organ donations as opposed to men. Isn't that right, Rotarian Lal Goel?
Yes, please. Yes. Global namaste to everyone.
Global namaste. And so
And I was just listening her talk. Very inspirational.
Thank you.
At least after receiving organ, if somebody is giving time, that is very, very important, and which you are doing. Hats off to you. God bless you.
And Rotarian, you can notice that she's so passionate. So Kirit was Hilary has been on Healing Our Earth before as well, during the kidney matters and other matters as well. So Hilaria, what you are doing with a smile and the encouragement, where almost the life came to doomsday, you bounced back, you bounced back very well. And you are now doing community engagement through your passion and belief. So it's very important. And Kirit is very keen that we reach deeper into the community. Isn't that right, Kirit?
Yeah,
that's correct. And I think with Hilaria, she's not just doing stuff in the UK, she's also doing stuff back home in Africa. So it's really important to do that.
And Amrita, talking about Africa, maybe we need to put Hilaria in touch with Sanjay in Uganda and Minaben in East Africa, so that we can cross the bridge between different parts of Africa. So Amrita, you can do the due diligence. So it'll be very nice. And Kirit, at this time, we got Gulch as well over here, quite senior and a very good contributor. So can you introduce Gulch, and then don't forget, about 3:30, we want collaboration chat where also other people will be joining us. So if you could introduce to us, and then also Ruby will be joining in as well. So introduce Gulch, Kirit.
Okay, so thank you to Hilaria for your excellent presentation. Again, it's good to have Professor Gersh Randhawa, who's been working with him over 10 years now, and we're today in this program we've got two real professors and doctors. We heard it from Dr. Rita Dar, who's done some excellent work and an expert in organ donation. We've got our own I call Gersh our guru, really, because he's been doing this for many years, but also he's been bridging the gap between the UK, India, and wider. And today, fortunately, we're having him live from San Francisco, where the World Transplant Congress is taking place. So really thank you to Gersh for joining us, and look forward to sharing your wisdom and knowledge around the work. But you also heard Dr. Archana talk about youth, and I'm sure that brought some kind of energy to you as well, so in terms of the work you've been doing through the university as well that you are involved with. So over to you, Gersh.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to join you all today. It's always a poison chalice to speak after Hilaria, because she is the epitome of positivity, and a wonderful birthday to you, Hilaria, if I don't get a chance to speak later on. So what I would like to do is, all the previous speakers have done all the hard work. They've essentially explained what we can do, and I'm going to share some research, because the word we've probably not really spoken about, but I think it's the most important lesson that I've learned from working in many countries, is trust. So where you have trust, you have engagement, And put simply, if you don't invest the time, the emotion, the passion, the resource in building trust, you struggle. And that's a life lesson, as well as thinking about organ donation and positive health. So I'm just going to use the UK as an example. So this is data for the UK. And what it shows you with this line is the proportion of minority communities in the UK is just under 20%. But here is the problem, and I think Dr. Archana showed this problem so well. If you look at the waiting list for the UK and minority communities, over a third of the people waiting for a transplant are from minority communities. So these are conditions that are, on the whole, mainly preventable, treatable, not all. So as you heard from Ilaria's case, you can't always treat all of them, but many you can: diabetes, high blood pressure, kidney disease. So I do think it's vitally important that we seek to understand why is it that specifically minority communities are overrepresented on waiting lists. And then to complicate matters, in the UK, we have a register for organ donation, which allows you to either opt in or opt out. And we see that opt-in registrations are lower in our minority communities, but opt-out registrations are higher. So despite the fact that minority communities need organs for transplant far more, the actual willingness for people to donate is lower. And that's what's so vitally important. And we're so lucky that because of advances in science and technology, the amount of transplants has actually managed to stay proportionately high. And then when we look at family consent rates, this is data presented by ethnicity. In the UK, on the whole, about 70% of white families agree to organ donation at that tragic time of loss, whereas in our minority communities, the consent rate is half as low. And that means that things like waiting times for transplants are much higher in our minority communities. So although they're falling, it's a bigger issue. And I think this is why I think it's so important that we and I use this word deliberately, we develop a journey. And what's joyful about this meeting is, on a good journey, you need companionship. And I think it's wonderful that we're all here today seeking companions to deliver on both good healthcare but also organ donation. So we have to think about this journey in terms of improvement in management of long-term conditions and improvement in transplant services. We also need to think about the type of workforce we recruit, especially in countries outside of India, where we need a culturally competent workforce. And that needs to be diverse and reflective of the population it serves. And we need those staff, all staff, to be invested in with training. And we need research that reflects all communities, as well as the public engagement. And I think that all I'm doing here is sharing you some of the quotes of people who we've had the privilege of speaking to over the years. And really, I like the first quote first because it was shared with me personally when we were doing some research. And this gentleman said to me, "You found me, now you need my organs. But where were you when I had the high blood pressure, the diabetes, and the kidney disease?" Which is a really valid point. So I think unless we're willing to invest in communities and build that trust, we're going to struggle with this journey. Somebody else said they, meaning the doctors, would finish me off before I was dead. That was their reason for not being on the organ donor register. Other people worry about donating their eyes. Other people think about religion, thinking about life after death. So we've started to invest in training staff to now safely raise these issues with the families that they work with. So to raise issues about fear of death, to raise issues about racism and religion. And essentially all of these issues are about what's going to happen at the time of transplant. Are people really dead? What will the body look like? Will the burial or cremation be delayed? And the only way really to build trust, and I mean this with all due respect, is for governments not to lead this. It needs to be real people with lived experiences to lead this. So it needs to be people like Hilaria, who, she's gone through that journey. It needs to be the living donors. It needs to be the donor families who've sadly lost someone. It needs to be community leaders, because these are the people who are trusted in communities. So in the UK, we're incredibly fortunate. Our faith leaders have stepped up. So we're the only country where we've actually got now a faith engagement and organ donation action plan. People are proactively engaging with the media, going back to, I think it was Dr. Arjana's Yoda program. So schools now in the UK are beginning to think about organ donation in the curricula. It's being made mandatory, but we still got progress to be made on that, because some schools are better than others. We need to think about different voices. So sometimes celebrity engagement is important. Dare I say it, with the cricket score as it is at the moment today. We also need to think about sporting events, because they attract mass audiences. So this is an event a few years ago in England where two donor families, an Indian donor family and a white both British donor families, were given awards during the lunchtime break at an England-India test match. So it's about creating visibility. So this is national news. These are politicians. What's important with all of these images, it's donor families who are front and center, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to convey to the public that real families do donate their organs when they lose a loved one. So here is a donor family who actually received an award from Her Majesty the Queen for all their amazing voluntary work that they've carried out. So our government have invested in this community grants program, which now funds community projects around the country. It's important that this happens, because those community organisations, they're trusted at local level. And all of this work is slowly but surely beginning to have a positive impact on consent rate. Clearly, there's a lot more work to be done. And the reason I share this work with you is so I'm in San Francisco and I'll be sharing this work here, is globalization is the normal thing of life. As humans, as history tells us, we've always traveled. So therefore, as we continue to travel around the world, it's really important that healthcare systems are ready and prepared for the different needs in terms of diabetes, kidney disease, blood pressure, etc., from different communities. So I've been really lucky. I've been helping people now, especially post-COVID in Spain, where they've seen a huge increase in migrant communities. So we've been investing in work on how do we reach out to those different migrant communities to think about organ donation. This is work we've done in the Emirates, but also in India with the Mohan Foundation. I've got a PhD student who just finished, Britsa Paul, done some fantastic work out in India. And his systematic review has shown very clearly that in different communities, especially in India, there's a more of a collectivist decision making around organ donation. So the family get involved, local communities get involved, but also fairness in the healthcare system is really important. So if people don't feel the system is fair towards them, they're less likely to invest in the healthcare. And also, when he did his research with different members of the public, they also wanted to take a collectivist decision, consulting with family, consulting with faith leaders. And it was the same when he spoke to transplant staff in the north and the south of the country, that depending on how much trust there was in the healthcare system, that had a direct impact on organ donation, which is exactly the case in the UK. So actually, there's lots of similarities around trust and organ donation, no matter which country we go to. This is Asma Abdul Ghani. She's just submitted a PhD thesis on work she's done in Qatar. Same issue, how to improve organ donation rates. And again, what she's found is, especially for Muslims, religion plays quite an important role in whether people are engaging in organ donation or not. And again, when she's interviewed members of the public, issues around trust in the healthcare system was incredibly important. And also for the expat community.
Excuse me, Professor Randhawa, can we just take a 5 minutes break because we have to start the official meeting of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International as well as Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. Just 5 minutes, please.
So would you like me to stop now?
Yeah, just 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish in 5, yes?
No, yeah, we are just starting. Yes, please, go ahead, President. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute Rotarian Ritika Gupta immediately, please.
Gus, just stop sharing.
Please unmute.
We'll include you in the next session, just for the next bit of it. Just to...
We will just call you. We will just call you again. Please unmute Rotarian Ritika Gupta, please, Mr. Neil or Mr. Kotak. Yeah. Please unmute. Yeah.
Meeting call to order.
I confirm. I request President Rotarian Ritika Gupta to confirm the minutes of the previous meeting.
The minutes of the previous meeting were circulated on our group and no objections have been raised for the same. Thereby, the minutes of the previous meeting stand confirmed.
Thank you, President. Today we have a very important day, Indian Organ Donation Day. And we are having this joint meeting with Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK. I request our Charter President, Rotarian Lal Goyalji, to please introduce Rotarian Kirit Mistry, the President of Charter President of Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Ruby Agrawal. I just want to say that today, as we all are celebrating Indian Organ Donation Day, earlier we used to celebrate on 13th of August, but for last 2 years, it has been shifted to 3rd of August. So, and I am having very good, I'm very happy to introduce Rotarian Kirat Mistry, a good friend of mine, who is the Charter President of Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK. I know him for a couple of years, and I know that how much dedicatedly he's working for organ donation, even for cancer and other diseases in UK. And his whole time is totally dedicated. I still remember when I met him, when he invited me for the to give a talk in the Rotary Club of Leicester, UK. And the way he has organized the talk, it was really, it shows that how much, what is his dedication for this very, very important cause. And because I think it is better that he will give his latest introduction, because he's been involved in so many things. Today also, he's very busy in games which are taking place, transplant games taking place in UK, where he is, right now he is there, but still he is taking time for this particular event. I now invite Rotarian Kirat Mistry, Charter President, Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK, to introduce Professor Randhawa once again, because it is very important for Rotary Club of Organ Donation International as well as Rotary Club of E-Club of Organ Donation UK members to know what greatness of Professor Randhawa. Although I also met Professor Randhawa once, I think about 3 or 4 years back, when I took his interview sitting where in the Marriott Hotel in UK, where the Pakistan cricket team was also staying and the match was going on in Lords. So we were having a good time. I took his interview. He's very much caring and dedicated person for organ donation. But before that, I also request Rotarian Kirat Mistry to say a few words about Indian Organ Donation Day, and then he should introduce our good friend, Professor Randhawa. Over to you, Rotarian Kirat Mistry, please.
Thank you, Rotarians from the India Organization. Oh, sorry, Rotarian Club of Organ Donation International. It's great to be with you, and as Rotarian Lal, have had the privilege to meet him and his dedication. Every day I see different messages from him and the work he's doing to kind of passion of organ donation because of a personal journey. This weekend was quite, in the UK, we've had the British Transplant Games, and it was the biggest we've had so far. 2,000 people who are donors, recipients, coming to Oxford to take part. And I was fortunate to volunteer and take part in some of the games to volunteer and meet children, recipients, adult recipients. But most importantly, I met Aisha Chowdhury, who came with her father, and sadly, Aisha's mother didn't get a kidney transplant, and she passed away at the age of 39. But Aisha has since wrote a book called Family Matters, and I'll share that. But it's really, this is the kind of challenge which Professor Gersh is talking about in terms of our community, and in why Organ Donation India Day is important for us here in the UK is because we are some of our communities are coming from India, so it's really important that we learn from what the work you're doing and vice versa. And this collaboration meeting today will be a great opportunity to start looking at. And also, you heard from Dr. Archana. I was past president of the Rotary Club of India in that club, where we continue to and they're doing some fantastic work. So we need to really join up all the Rotary clubs on Organ Donation and let's collaborate. So thank you for the kind invitation. And I'd like to let Professor Gersh continue his presentation. And I said earlier, we're fortunate to have, Dr. Rita Dahu earlier from the India expert. And now we've got, Gershwin, who's been doing some tireless work to bring communities together. So over to you. Sorry to cut short your presentation, but now carry on.
Thank you. And I'm glad that Mr. Goal has reminded me of that cricket link, because that was a really important day, because again, when he took the interview, we were talking then about how sport has the power to amplify this health issue and health inequality. So as I was saying, and as many will know, so Catalan's got a 90% expatriate community. And again, if they don't trust the healthcare system, they're not likely to want to donate their organs. So that's why our lesson that it doesn't matter where we are around the world, and I'm not saying the UK are perfect by any means, but at least in the UK now, because we've got the data that shows there is discrimination, there are inequalities in healthcare, at least we're able to have a debate about these issues to say, well, how do we tackle inequalities? How do we tackle discrimination? And how do we build trust? And I think that's an important lesson, because in many countries, either that data doesn't exist or people get very defensive and don't want to talk about the fact that there are inequalities and there is mistrust. And I think if we're not willing to talk about these things, these injustices, it's very unlikely that we're going to be able to improve health or tackle organ donation. And this is exactly what in Asma's PhD, she's found that when she's spoken to the transplant staff, they say that, look, the family's religious background, but also the trust in the healthcare system really does impact upon the likelihood of organ donation. So I think what we're doing today is really wonderful, is we've got lots of people coming together. So Kirit and I and many others are part of this Commonwealth Tribute to Life project, where we're bringing together Commonwealth countries, and they're sharing knowledge, sharing expertise. National leadership is really important. This is the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi showing how he's very keen to support organ donation. I've been very fortunate to be part of a group of scholars who are interested in how Islam is impacting upon organ donation. And what's important in this book is there are different chapters that set out the different positions on how Islam views organ donation. So some interpretations are very positive towards organ donation, some interpretations are not. So the book has been actually viewed very positively because it's not perceived as propaganda, because it's not adopting a particular position. And we've been able to launch this book in many different fora. I just sort of share some work, because I think I just want to go back to, I think it was Dr. Archana's point about we've got to give youth a voice. So this was a project that I was involved with a good friend of mine, Abiola, who leads an organization called Action on Blood. And she worked with some youth leaders who went out to hairdressers and barbers. So you can probably tell from my hair, I don't spend much time on my hair. So I'm in and out of the barbers in 10 minutes maximum. But some people, believe it or not, spend hours and hours in hairdressers or barbers. So in this project to reach out to the Black community, they trained up the barbers and the hairdressers to talk about organ donation and just to start that conversation going out into the community. Really interesting project. And this is another one where some young people, school and college children came up with a script. It was quite a funny script. And again, how to talk about organ donation and make it relevant to a different community. I think it's remiss not to talk about politicians, and we're really lucky in the UK. We've been able to transcend politics. We have an all-party parliamentary group for ethnicity, transplantation, transfusion, and they've launched a report asking where are our donors, because that's the point. Unless donors are visible in society, we're not likely to want to be an organ donor. So we need to make sure that organ donors are given visibility. This is a project we're currently working on, where we're working with a local council in the UK. So it'd be the equivalent of working in a local city, say in India. And they've agreed to commission a piece of art that will be cited in a prominent place to tell the story about organ donation. And just as a final piece of work, this is a real privilege for me. I'm working with the Vatican in Rome, where they have launched a project on behalf of the Pontifical Academy for Life. And they're trying to bring together faith leaders from all different global backgrounds to start to think about organ donation. And really, this is what they're trying to do. So I guess what I would say, just as concluding remarks, is if we're going to really build organ donation visibility, we have to ask ourselves, where are our donors? So if we're really honest, if we go back to each of our countries, do we really see lots of organ donor stories in our media, in our public, in our schools? The answer is no. The only country that gets close to doing that is Spain. Spain is very good at making sure visibility of donors is very prominent in their media, which is why it's got very high donation rates. We also should think about engaging in dialogue around preventative healthcare, but we need to think about how we make this a whole society conversation. So celebrities, religious leaders, schools, employers, everybody should be thinking about organ donation. So I'm really happy to share all my work, share my slides. It's been a real privilege to be part of this conversation. And I look forward to the discussion about action planning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Randhawa, for giving your views. And very openly, you have given all the positive and negative points about the religion and whatnot. I still remember Mr. Rotarian Kirat Mistry organized a program in the South Hall, which we have attended in the in collaboration with Hindu Mahasabha and the temple. We found that even the minority in UK, that is even Hindus, they are they are for the recipient side than in comparison to the donor side. What you say about this? Because in India, we also talk about the other minorities, but we forget when we go outside, we become a minority, and we are also in the receiving side more than the giving side. What are your views about that?
Yeah, so I think this goes back to building trust. So if we don't build trust, I remember our conversation. So you openly talked about the gender disparities in India, if I remember correctly, when we. So it's very interesting that in many societies, women are far more likely to step up, and therefore people hear those stories. And the only way to deal with that is we need to give and amplify why they do that. But we also need to amplify when men do it as well. So unless we tell those stories about why different people from different backgrounds are willing to go on that journey to either become a living kidney donor and talk about their diet and lifestyle before donating a kidney and then after, people are not likely to want to do it because they're worried. In the same way, if we're not willing to share those stories of people who've lost a loved one and have gone on to donate their loved one's organs and why they did that, then people aren't going to do it. So one of the examples I always use when I do schools talks is there's a famous singer called Selena Gomez. She's got over 50 million people follow her on all these social media. And all of her followers know she's had a kidney transplant. When I ask some of those kids at schools, can they tell me her donor's name? They can't, which is such a shame because it's actually her kidney donor is a living kidney donor. It's her best friend. So the fact that people don't know that her best friend is Selena Gomez's kidney donor tells you why we have a global problem with organ donation, because we're not sharing these stories widely and loudly and proudly. And I think that's the journey we all need to collectively go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Randhawa. Now, as today we are having a joint meeting along with Rotary Club, E-Club of Organ Donation UK. Now, my next question goes to Rotarian Kirat Mistry. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, there are certain things. We are here in India, we are celebrating Indian Organ Donation Day today. As you know that it's a huge thing because the condition in India, although it's a this word as a celebration, but I don't think that we can say we are celebrating, because celebration is when you are achieving something. The condition in India is going very grave, to be very frank. And while in UK, the situation before the opt-out system started, that is in 2020 on 20th May, before that, the mortality was more than the latest figures which says the mortality had reduced. Do you think that India should also go for opt-out system with certain riders, with certain changes which are beneficial as far as the Indian society are concerned? The reason is very clear that, like you said, that Professor Randhawa mentioned that the minority people are more opting out more while they were opting in less initially. But today in India also, even whatsoever we say, even whosoever are registered as a organ donor, they are not giving. Like last year, the figure says that approximately 3 lakhs people were declared brain death, out of which only we received a transplant of 1,100 or so. So how you think in India the organ donation rate can increase? What measures can be taken? What are the good things which you are adopting, means your government is adopting in UK, which India should also adopt? Rotarian Kirat Mistry, please.
Thank you. I think you've heard the statistics from Professor Gersh. Also, since our law change in May 2020, overnight we had roughly 500,000 people opting out. That was because of fake messaging going out to the communities saying your body's going to be owned by the government and they're going to take your organs without your knowledge. So we're having to now, since May 2020, have to get those conversations going in the community. Some of the reason why yourself and obviously the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, which Dr. Ashna is part of, we went through the Rotary movement of doing organ donation as a cause, because look, in the UK, our national system currently to date, when the figures were shown earlier, we have 8,000 people waiting for a transplant, right? So we've got to now start looking at different avenues of where we can amplify the message of organ donation. And the Rotary is a very historical movement and been in existence for hundreds of years. So this is the right move that we do in terms of how do we get the rates going back up, get the young people, as Dr. Ashna had said, we need to look at young people as the key messengers. They're the ones, but also we know that we've got barriers within our community. So, 8 years ago, we created this campaigns for different faith communities, so Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, because when I was going out into the community, that was the first barrier I faced. People saying it's against our religion, we can't donate. So I said, well, tell me, Where does it say in the Gita, in the Guru Granth Sahib, in the Quran, which page, which chapter, what does it say? I said all of those books say one thing. It's about making sure we save lives and humanity, right? Secondly, we've got to start being not forceful, but we need to educate our communities, those who, because our communities, the Indian population, the South Asian population, the Black population, suffer with lots of these long-term conditions. So they won't be in a position to donate. They'll be in a position where they need the organ. So if they're willing to take, then they need to start thinking about that giving as well. So we've got to start doing the messaging. And I think it'd be good to bring Professor Gersh as well on this, your question, because, he's been doing it across different communities. But I think we need to create, those conversations at all levels. And sadly, in February of this year, we had the India team playing England cricket team in Ahmedabad, and over that duration in that match, a lot of pledges were done. Gersh has tried, I've tried to try and do the same. We've got 5 test matches happening as we speak in England, and sadly, the English Cricket Board and obviously we couldn't get the traction to allow messaging around organ donation. So we need to really do more of that with opportunity when we have the teams come in. So we've got all of these grounds filled with our communities. So what better way of putting the message out of organ donation when they've come to watch a cricket game, but then get the pledges and the endorsements from players from both sides. And I think that's the way we've got to keep doing that with. We can't just rely on sportsmen, on sportswomen, on music, celebrities. We've got to bring them all together. And today, this collaboration we're talking about is about how do we join our efforts and learn from each other and make sure we amplify through the Rotary as the right avenue.
Thank you, Rotary and Kirat Mistry. Before we open the forum for others to ask the question, my last question goes to you is, you have mentioned about Rotary. And you are also in Rotary. Others who have joined from UK and from India, they know the condition of Rotary, that they are doing wonderful jobs. And especially when we have done for the polio and thing, and that we have that it was the Rotary organization which is one of the main reason to eradicate polio from the world map. Very few cases are left now, only in Afghanistan and Pakistan, otherwise it has gone. My suggestion, which I feel that if it will be taken up by the different Rotarians from the different Rotary clubs, which I always say whenever I give a talk in the Rotary club, that why not we should have a fund like polio and now fund for the organ donation, because polio was a problem for the developing country, not for the developed country. Similarly, the main reason or the main demand is in the developing country for the awareness of organ donation as well as the infrastructure of organ donation. Because when we are talking of India, the infrastructure in India is very, very poor. 15% of the district headquarters have the facilities for organ transplant and organ retrieval. 85% district headquarters doesn't have even a retrieval center. So when this is a situation, it is not easy to reach, to see to it that people will not die for want of organs. What you say about this, and after this, I am opening, and this question, even if Professor Randhawa, because he is also associated and he knows India very well, if he can also give. After that, we are going to open for our members to ask the questions to both of you, and then we will be talking for another half an hour or so till our meeting will end. Yes, my question to either to Professor Randhawa or to Rotary and Kiran, whosoever wants to give the answer for this.
So I think we've got Professor Gersh, who's part of our Rotary Club for Organisation UK. And I think, like you said, Rotary as an international movement has managed to eradicate polio. Now, we need to put some pressure and also on them to look at getting, luckily in India and even now in the UK, what we're trying to do is although we're an e-club, we want to get the members from England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, so they connect back to their local Rotary Club to champion organ donation. That's the kind of movement that we need to kind of create. And it's only working collaboratively with other Rotary clubs to do that. But I'll let Professor Gersh answer your other question as well in terms of the importance of getting it
Sure. So I think one of the things that I think is so wonderful about India compared to the UK, and I can only make that comparison, is the whole ethos of corporate social responsibility, CSR, is much stronger in India than it is in the UK. And so therefore things like polio and many other social challenges have been taken through that corporate social responsibility route. Now, we could sit here and debate that and say, well, isn't that something that government should do? But I don't think that's a good use of our time. So I think the fact that corporate social responsibility is used in a positive way is something that we need to think about. Could that be, and I go back to my journey and companionship quote here, that can we not progress this journey in companionship with some of the big corporate companies who've supported Rotary? And I suspect we will probably find that in many of these big companies, there are people affected by either dialysis or transplantation or organ donation matters. So I think if we can find some like-minded individuals, I think that would be a really good way to progress this journey, because I think it's just a much more powerful way of working in India compared to England. But I'd be very keen to hear from others because you're better placed to comment on that, Lion.
Rotarian Lal and Kirit, let me come in here for a while. Gurj, you mentioned that we shouldn't bring in the government, and I'm going to do exactly opposite now. I want to know the views. Should individual or community or organization locally should make efforts? I want to know the views, if we know from India or Kirit over here in UK, what are the views of the government? How serious are they taking that organ donation should be now mainstream? Yes, we've got, when we sign for our electoral registration, we can opt in. We are already in if we don't opt out. But what are the views of government? Kirit, let's come to you. Do you think government is serious in UK?
So there's an importance of trying to encourage and engage, like in Professor Randhawa's presentation, the Parliament, the MPs, to go back and spread the message. In terms of, we've got the organ donation law that came in 2020. We've had a number of strategies and plans. The challenge the government has, and what the professor's presentation focuses on, is we can't just rely on the government, but they have to resource back out into communities, which they started to, but there needs to be more efforts to do that. The messaging is important to come from people who have had the recipient donor families to try and do that. But I think from our point of view, we've got a new plan within, prevention and education. So that's hopefully will help over the next 10 years. But also in the current plans, as we've got a faith plan, we've also got a number of action plans, but they don't come with adequate resources in my view.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you and Gurj a bit later. Let's go to India, where the founder and the charter president for Rotary for Organ International, Rotarian Lal Goel, who has got so much experience from legal point of view and also from a grassroots point of view. Rotarian, earlier we showed the world data where about 45,000 people contributed for organ donations, of which 1,099 were in India. So if we look at it, only 2% of the world population of 20%, roughly what India is. So we are 10 times behind. Do you feel the government because India's constitution is different, you've got state governments with a central government. Do you feel government has to now come in vociferously, and then comes education establishment, then local organization, and then all the jilas and molas, and because India's constitution and geographic is slightly different. Do you feel government is actually listening and aware of the requirements?
Mr. Neil Kumar, government is listening. They are definitely having all the requirements. but the problem comes about the infrastructure. Because if we compare to UK or USA, their infrastructure there are very, very strong as far as when we are talking about organ transplants in India. Because we, as I gave earlier also told, that 15% of the country's district headquarters out of 800 odd districts are only having this retrieval or transplant centers. So just imagine those cities where there's no such facility of retrieval, they don't have in the brain declaration committee. So those organs are going waste. And one more thing I would like to tell you, in India, the maximum road accidents in the world death are in India only. The last year figure is approximately 1,57,000 people. Now, out of 1,57,000 people, the approximately brain death is about 50% or so. So if it is about 80,000 people declared brain death only by road accident, and if they would have donated their organs, you can imagine how many people life can be saved. But how many people are donating, as you have given the exact data of 1,090 something. This is the situation. And in this, I think responsibility lies with all the stakeholders. The mindset has to be changed, whether it is of the civil society or the politicians, the bureaucrats, the medical fraternity, all the religious leaders. Because here in India, the majority of the religion belongs to Hindus. And the unfortunate part is that we always say that other religion people are not donating. But if they see their own record, it's very, very poor, because few of the leaders, Hindu leaders, are against organ donation. They are giving talks against organ donation, but no one is there to check them. Neither no one having spine or the guts to say that what you are saying is wrong. Although the same leaders got the surgery done in a corporate hospital for their own elements, which I would not like to disclose, but they are talking against, and that infects. So basically, the religion leaders, the celebrities, even the celebrities, they, if you remember, in 1993 or 94, Aishwarya Rai, she pledged to donate her eyes only, which is not an organ but a tissue. But immediately on, if you see the data of that year, the maximum pledging of the eyes took place. Because the cult is there, the celebrity cult, as Professor Randhawa as well as Rotarian Mistry mentioned, that people follow them. Similarly, if the politicians start donating their organs or pledge to donate their organs, definitely the time will change. And as you mentioned about the young generation or youth, yes, definitely we have to create awareness about them. But the unfortunate part is the one data says that 84% of the population in India have not heard the name of organ donation. Can
So
you imagine?
Rotarian,
Only
Rotarian,
sorry.
Rotarian, you very clearly identified very clearly that we do not have that rampant infrastructure in India. The rest may be politics, religious, maybe outreaching. So now I ask this question. Who should be responsible for infrastructure? Shouldn't the government and the local government take the lead? I'm asking you a specific question.
In my opinion, everyone is responsible for that. I have tried, and you will be surprised to know it took 8 years to get one retrieval center started in a government hospital in Mangalore, which is having already 9 transplant centers and 11 retrieval centers. But unfortunate part in India is that once the accident happens somewhere, the patient first goes to the government hospital. And if the government hospital is not having that infrastructure, it is very, very difficult to save or those organs, precious organs, which can save so many lives. And that is why, until unless the government will not take initiative to give something, they also have to change their mindset. They have to start at least the organ retrieval centers in all the cities. And one more alarming thing is that the retrieval center organ transplant centers are mainly concentrated on metro cities or class A cities in India. While the road accidents are not happening in city like Mumbai or Delhi or Kolkata or Bengaluru because of the traffic. We can't move the car or a two-wheeler in 100 or 120 kilometers. They are happening in a small towns on the highways where there is no such infrastructure. So unless we will not reach to the grass place directly to those areas where the maximum road accidents are taking place, we cannot give any service for this whatsoever we are talking. For last 9 years I am doing this awareness, and data are remaining same. For last 9 years the noto says more than 5 lakhs. Now this is not the data, everything should be exact. So that's what I'm saying, all the stakeholders are responsible for that.
Thank you, Rotarian. And shortly we'll go to Rita and Archana. Archana, can you landscape your video, please? Always be landscape over here if you landscape your video. Professor Gurch, I come back to you over here. Rotarian Lal Goyal has vociferously identified infrastructure. India is a vast land, has got different political structure and is state-based government, which is composed of a central government. UK is much different, although we are 4 countries, we are actually UK. Our infrastructures, as Rotarian Lal says, is much better. You also talk to people in US and India. USA has also got good structure, but that's paid for service, health service. Shouldn't there be a conference on how to improve or expedite the infrastructures in India, either by form of grant, donation, or education? What are your views?
Well, I think that's definitely worth doing, but I would agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Gold, because this is everyone's problem. Because anything in society, we are all impacted by different messengers. That's why I talk about trust. So all of us trust different parts of society. So some people trust government, others don't. Some people trust religious leaders, others don't. And that's why I think every part of society needs to contribute to this. So I think it doesn't matter if you're a local school, college, employer, media, social media, local government, regional government, state government, national government, celebrity, sports, etc. It needs to be everywhere. But I go back to this, that, you know, if we're really honest with ourselves, very few of us know the stories of donors, but we always see around us stories of people who either urgently need a transplant or have benefited from a transplant. So therefore, people are able to get those stories out, and we need to work collectively to give courage and give voice to those people who've been on that donation journey, and use things like this for so I'm being self-critical. When we do this event in the future, I think we should definitely have a donor family here, someone who's lost a loved one, who can talk about why they've done the amount of lives those people saved, because we need to have those stories loud and proud everywhere. And I think we've got to create that content ourselves. So what's that famous phrase? We have to be the change that we want to see. So we can create that content and put it out via our social media networks, contact the mainstream media, contact political connections. But we've got to support those people who've been impacted by the actual donation journey. And I don't think we should just rely on government to do that. I think we all have responsibilities to do that.
Thank you, Gurj. Very simple message from...
Mr. Neil Kumar, can I just interrupt here? A few of our members would like to ask question to Professor Randhawa and Rotarian Kirat Mistry. If you can unmute your Rotarian Professor Dr. Sudhir Saran, he would like to have a question, so that, yes, Professor, Rotarian Professor Dr. Sudhir Saran, please ask your question.
You see, India is one country where changes can be made at a slow pace, and that is the cause of enthusiasm as well as desperation. So, Dr. Gurj Randhawa, there is thing called behavioral change communication. It's a very mature science now. Do you think we can have a systematic structure in India for bringing behavioral change. And you see the statistics in our favor. Brain deaths happen in lakhs, but the donations happen in few thousand. And therefore, if we have that effective behavioral change communication, the gap can be reduced, if not eliminated completely. What is your take on that one?
I 100% agree with you. So behavioral science is what we use in public health strategies all of the time. And if I was preparing this same talk to an academic audience, I would have explained that the reason you need visibility of living kidney donors and you need visibility of donor families is because that's what behavioral science is all about. You have to show that people who look like you, sound like you, live the same life as you have gone on these journeys, because that's what creates you wanting to make a change, because you see it's attainable. But if you show those people in an abstract way that they don't look like you, or you don't even show them, then behavioral change is not possible. So I 100% agree with you. That's what we need to do. And that's exactly why Spain is the world leader, because they make sure that if there's any donor transplant story in their media, it's always the story of the how many lives were saved by that donor, and it's the donor's story that is given privilege. Whereas in the British media, we always give privilege, and I mean this with the utmost respect, we always give privilege to the people's lives who have been saved. That's the wrong way to achieve behavioral change, because you're just showing that transplantation's a success. You're not actually promoting organ donation.
Thank you very much, Professor Saran. Next, I think Professor Rotarian PHF, Dr. Rohan S. Monis. Please ask your question. Please unmute yourself. Rotarian Monis, please unmute yourself and ask the question. You are not been able to unmute. Yeah, please ask. Yes, you can.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Professor Randava and Rotarian Kirit. A wonderful platform to share. This is just out of curiosity, because I've got a friend who lives in the US. His name is John, and John has been an double organ donor, like an altruistic double organ donor. I think primarily the first time he gave his one of his kidneys off, and then 2 years later he decided to give his liver off. I mean, just to somebody he didn't know. And then 2 years later, he met both of his recipients, and he has been a massive madcap advocate and trying to create double organ donors. I mean, yes, in India, we are maybe decades away from realizing this fact, saying that we could do something like this. I mean, how far is the UK government okay with it? Just out of curiosity. Thank you.
Well, in terms of the recipient meeting the donor, is that your question in terms of?
Like one donor able to give up 2 of his organs. Like they give one of his kidneys, and maybe a couple of years later they give half of his liver away. That way.
So again, the system is similar probably in the years where they have to go to if they want to be an altruistic donor, they will then go to the nearest transplant center, and then they'd have to get all the checks done to see the health of that organ that they're willing to donate, and then from there, then the process will kind of carry on. But I thought your question also was, or I thought that the altruistic donor has now met the recipients of those organs that he's donated, and in the UK we have a window where they will share, a donor and a recipient will share messages, or families will share messages for a period of around 2 years, and then within that process they would have shared personal details like phone numbers, and then they can meet. But they obviously, whereas India, you see people meet quite quicker, because they're already it's a simpler. But in the UK, the 2-year window is the protocol for a recipient and donor.
Yeah, thank you.
So they do encourage double organ donors in the UK. They do encourage that.
As I said, they will go to their transplant center and then they'll have to check those organs. But
Thank you, Dr. Rohan Moniz. What you said about the India, yes, we also have the same thing for 2 years window. But here, the day the person donate or the family donate, immediately they came to know where the organs has gone, and immediately the identity revealed. And that's why in India, as you said, the quicker, because of the media, they publish everything. So thank you very much. Dr. Kamal Jain, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain, if you are there, please unmute yourself and ask your question, please. Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain, please. If you are there, please unmute yourself and ask the question. Please unmute Dr. Kamal Jain. Yes, please ask.
Yeah, sir, as far as in India, to improve the organ donation rate, I think we should have trainers first. There is a huge population which has to be educated, and we need trainers. Now, to train is schools, colleges. We and you know, I have been going every month. I cover one college. But then there are so many colleges, so many schools, higher secondary schools. So we should start something, you know, like training program where we can produce more and more trainers. So how can we do this? Like you said that we should have more infrastructure. Then why don't we should also have these workshops where we can train people.
What you say, Rotarian Kirat Mistry?
I was going to suggest if we bring Dr. Rita in because of her extensive work around education, and also Professor Gersh, who's been actually working with the Mahan Foundation, and training and education has been more clinically focused, but also I think it has to be done on a community level as well.
Yeah. Is she there?
Yeah, Dr. Rita?
Yes, doctor. Yes, please, doctor.
What Sir has told, it's okay. Instead of workshops, I think it should be the syllabus should incorporate this chapter. There should be a chapter on organ donation, body and tissue donation in the school curriculum. What to talk about school curriculum? I think even the professionals are not trained in National Organ Transplant Program. There is no chapter on organ donation. Like we have National Organ Transplant Program, and it should be a part of, you know, community health books, but this chapter is not there. This program is not taught. So I always tell, and I will tell you my own personal experience. I go to various health facilities as a national assessor, and I try to see whether what material is displayed. I can see all material displayed about hypertension, about so many things, about diabetes, about everything, but not even a single poster or organ donation or transplantation. Nothing of that is there in these health facilities. I think India has to go do a lot. We have so many things to do. And at the same time, you say that only 1099, organ donors were there in 2023.
Deceased one.
Deceased donors,
Yeah.
yes, brain dead donors.
Yes,
109 only provided the statistics. So, but the thing is that when NATO was not there, because I have gone through the whole history, genesis of NATO when it came into existence. I was there, a part of, formation of NATO. So there were only 340 in 2013 when NATO was not there. This is donors in 340, but it has come to 1099. We can't force people to donate organs. I think it should be made. I am against it, presumed consent, because in India we have private sector, and there is lot of they really drain people when anybody goes to the hospital. I have seen people, I have talked to so many people. Brain death declaration is not done. First, consent is taken from the family. So there are so many bad things happening in India. We can't think that if we go for presumed consent, everything will be okay.
Yeah.
But yes, it should be in the curriculum of professionals. It should be in the curriculum of students. Rather than doing these workshops and other things, it should be curriculum based. awareness.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Rija, and thank you, Dr. Kamal Jain. Rotarian Sunil Gupta, please unmute yourself and ask your question, please. Rotarian Sunil Gupta, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, very interesting platform and a great talk. I really commend. Enjoyed Professor Randhawa's presentation today, addressing various aspects. I'm bringing in the views. I am resident in San Francisco. I originally hail from India. I've lived here 44 years. I am a kidney recipient, and actually, my spouse, my donor, is also listening on this call. My question to the group is, we talked about access, we talk about infrastructure, we talk about deceased donors, but why are living donations so low? Okay, I'm actually very, very fortunate to have my spouse being the living donor, but I will tell you, I'll share statistics. I live in the Bay Area, which is technically the innovation center of the world with Silicon Valley. But here, the wait line for receiving a transplant is 10 years, right? So there is fundamentally, as I think charity starts at home, the conversation about behavioral science and having people step up to donate, right, rather than receive. Because if that's, a global, a universal issue, and what are we doing as a Rotary Club to say if this problem would be much better if the living donations, the statistics on living donations were to improve. So what can we do to make that happen? I mean, I think what I've seen in my personal, and this is a comment, and I'm going to open this up for a question for Professor Randhawa, is how can we have families step up? I've seen so many people waiting on wait lists, but their own families don't step up to donate. So what can we do to start at home, right?
Okay, Professor Randhawa, I think, is not there right now. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, I think Professor Randhawa is not there with us. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, would you like to answer this question of Rotarian Sunil Gupta?
Yeah, sure. Great question, and it's good that you were fortunate with your spouse being your donor, living donor. The work we are doing here is that there's a lot of work happening around living donation, but the problem we have within our communities is that we have some cultural challenges where the male will not want to take from their daughters or the females within the household. So what we've started to do is, when somebody is looking for a living donor, we've got three challenges. One is we mediate for that individual because they can't go to their family and ask for their kidneys. So we try and get the education, and luckily in the hospitals, that's the first thing they will also, when somebody's kidney functions are low, they will actually see who's in the family and can anyone come forward. The second challenge is maybe the family members have their own health conditions that they can't donate. So hence we've tried with a few recipients where we've done a social media campaign to try and see whether we can find altruistic donors. But again, it's something that there is lots of work happening around living donation. And if they can't, the other scheme, which is also in the US and India, is the swapping scheme, where somebody can donate. If they don't match, then they can go into a scheme where they'll get the organ in that way. But again, it's something that more education, the cultural barriers is one. You see that more in India, but also now we're seeing more in the UK, where we know that people will not go to their daughters because the education is still lacking, where the daughter can still donate and then she can still live a happier life and give birth later on as well. So these are kind of challenges that we've got to address as well.
Yeah, thank you. Before Professor Randhawa will answer, I will just tell one thing, that in UK and USA, the population of disease donor or the brain death donors are not that much. While in India, we have so much brain death donors, and the doctors I have discussed earlier also, what they say is why to put somebody under the knife if we already have so many brain death donors available in India. First, they should come, then we must put somebody's life under the knife. What you say about this, Professor Randhawa, the answer of Rotarian Sunil Gupta's? Please unmute, Professor Randhawa. Please unmute.
Sorry. Great question. I think it goes back to the fact that we don't support living donors and their families to tell their stories. So I think if we were able to give them that emotional support, so maybe this is something that Rotary could do. If we could collate all the living donors that we're all aware of and start to spotlight their stories, maybe create some kind of website and show people who are sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, so that people from different backgrounds have all gone on that journey and answer those questions about what was their life like prior to donating a kidney, what was their life like after. That's what we need to do. And that's why it's not prominent, because we don't give the importance that we should to, I think, I would call them heroes. These are people who are saving and transforming people's lives, not wanting anything in return. But we don't spotlight this enough in society, and it's a global issue, and I think we need to do more about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to take the question from Rotarian Professor Dr. Lakshmi Goyal. Please unmute yourself, Rotarian Professor Dr. Lakshmi Goyal. If you are there, please unmute yourself. Okay, I think she's not been able to ask the question. Yeah, I can see. Okay, you cannot be able to unmute. Can I just request the Healing Our Earth team to unmute Professor Dr. Lakshmi Goyal, Rotarian Lakshmi Goyal, if you can unmute, please.
She's not putting her video on, but let's see if we can just put the sound on.
Yeah, please do that.
Rotarian Goyal, can you put your video on so we can spotlight you?
I'm afraid I'd rather not. It's
Okay.
I'm in the middle of a commute, so it's not the best time for video. But thank you for a really excellent talk, and I really enjoyed the academic perspective of the behavioral lens to this topic.
I think you have been muted again, Dr. Lakshmi Goyal. Please unmute yourself. Yeah, please go ahead.
Does this work? Okay. So I have a couple of questions related to the behavioral lens of how we can tackle this issue. One is the power of storytelling from the perspective of the donors. And there were a couple of examples of what would be the best venues to share these stories, right? So one is through, star power, whether it's cricket or media. But are there some sort of natural fits to where these stories can be told and shared? Some platforms or some venues. And the second is there's a lot of research around nudges being a vehicle for behavioral change. So instead of sort of big campaigns, having these small nudges to kind of move people towards thinking about changing their behaviors. Is there any research on nudges for thinking about organ donation? Thank you.
Professor Randhawa?
Yeah, so I'll answer the second question first. So lots of work on nudges. So for example, we've just completed a study in the UK looking at the role of general practice. So that's primary care physicians. They're called different things around the world. And essentially, I was very surprised, but what it showed was that if a GP or a primary care physician has conversations with patients about organ donation, rightly or wrongly, because they're trusted physicians who are family physicians, 30% of those patients went on to sign up on the organ donor register, which is phenomenal, really, if you think about the hundreds of millions of consultations that take place. So there are pieces of work that are done on that. I think going back to your first question, you're absolutely right. if you're going to have storytelling, it needs to be in safe spaces because that's where people trust the messenger, they trust the message. So it could be a community venue, it could be a faith-based venue, but we have to think about where people are already naturally locating. Because again, that's what behavioral science is about. You want to be part of people's daily journeys and daily interactions and not creating a new interaction because that will make them feel unsafe.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, Inspire Secretary Rotarian Ruby Agrawal.
Thank you, Rotarian Goel. Thank you, Rotarian Kirit Mistry and Professor Randhawa for answering all the answers patiently to all our members. And I request our President, Rotarian PHF Ritika Gupta, to please give the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Ruby Agrawal. And also, it was a truly enriching meeting between the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and the Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK, held on the special occasion of Indian Organ Donation Day. We are a community of like-minded individuals united by a shared mission to promote and advance the cause of organ donation. While our regions may differ in demographics and the cultural perspectives, our goal remains the same. Coming together in collaboration only strengthens our collective efforts and propels us further in its endeavor. A heartfelt thank you to Professor Dr. Gersh Randhawa for sharing such valuable insights. Your contribution is truly enlightening. A special mention and sincere appreciation to Charter President Rotarian Kirit Mistry for initiating this meeting and for the remarkable work you continue to do in promoting organ donation in your part of the world. We look forward to many more such meaningful interactions as we continue working together for the cause we all deeply believe in. And there are so many questions that still remain unanswered due to paucity of time. So we really look forward to meeting again soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So now,
please adjourn the meeting, President.
Yeah. Meeting is adjourned.
Okay, thank you very much.
All.
Now we are going to the next segment of our program, where whichever members would like to continue to stay and ask more questions, as our President Rotarian PHF Ritika Gupta mentioned, so they can stay back. We have many more things, more and more speakers are going to come now in this segment of Indian Organ Donation Day special, which is being telecast live by the Healing Our Earth. Special thanks to Mr. Neil Kumar and his entire team, which are highlighting, which are giving the platform for highlighting all those special occasions every Sunday without any fail. And it's a very, I must say, hats off to him and to his entire team. And that's why today we are doing this work of on Indian Organ Donation Day. And I still remember when I spoke to Mr. Neil Kumar, I just suggested, why not you keep 3rd August because it's Sunday and it's a Indian Organ Donation Day as a Indian Organ Donation Day special. And without wasting a second, he said, yes, we are going ahead with that. Will you be able to bring all those? I said, yes, because with the collaboration of Charter President Rotarian Kirit Mistry of Organ Donation, Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK, we can very well do. And I'm sure that today's meeting, as well as the earlier program, and now this last segment, will definitely enlightening people. Our views might be somewhat times harsh, because we are talking truth. We are not hiding anything. We have not to gain anything, but we want to educate the people. We are not giving any comments against the government or against anyone, but we are also giving the real facts. What are the differences? What are happening in India? Why it is very, very important to follow the good parts of opt-in and opt-out system, which are prevailing in Europe or UK, and as well as the opt-in system of USA. We are not saying that follow blindly, but take only the good parts which are beneficial as per the demography of India, so that we can go ahead and we must save as many lives as we can. So now I would like to invite my first panelist guest for this particular segment of program. And I will just see if Dr. Vatsala Trivedi has joined us. If she's there, I would like to invite her, but I can't see Dr. Vatsala Trivedi. So
Rotarian,
yes, please.
she is here, but she's not responding to put the video on, so she cannot be spotlight. If you could send a private message, she has been here for 20 minutes.
Okay.
She's not responding, but we've got the others here. Sunil.
Okay, I will go with the other one first, and I will request Dr. Vatsala Trivedi to open her video immediately so that I will take her this thing. But if till that time, no, I think now she is there. Dr. Vatsala Trivedi, please switch on your video so that we can ask we can discuss about the Indian Organ Donation Day, because she is a very, very important voice of this particular topic on Indian Organ Donation Day. Dr. Vatsala Trivedi, please switch on your video, then only we will be able to spotlight you and you can be able to give your views. Okay, so I will be taking my next panelist till the time she will be able to do this. And
Deepan is here if you would like, or Sunil.
Yeah, no, I would first like to call my Rotarian Regina Gupta as well as Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Rotarian Regina Gupta is the kidney donor to her spouse, Rotarian Sunil Gupta. And as per the policy of our club, we have given the honorary membership to Rotarian Regina Gupta. Any living donor who is there, we give the honorary membership to them, as well as and Rotarian Sunil Gupta is our international, he is the public image chair of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International from Sunnyvale, California, USA. But before I will go to you, Rotarian Gupta, I can see Dr. Vatsala Trivedi. She is now visible. Thank you very much, Dr. Vatsala Dilip Trivedi, to joining us for, I know that today is a very, very hectic day for you, being the Organ Donation Day, and you are such a person, especially in Mumbai, or not only Mumbai, all over India, you are in demand, but you have accepted my personal invitation and you have given time. So thank you very much. I would like to just introduce her. Dr. Vatsala Trivedi is MBBS, MS General Surgery, MCH Urology. She is the former professor and head of the Department of Urology and Transplant Services of LTMGH Sion Hospital, Mumbai. At present, she is a consultant in Urology and Transplant Services at SL Raheja Hospital, Mumbai and Kohinoor Hospital, Mumbai. She did the first brain-dead kidney transplant in the state of Maharashtra on 27th March 1997. She was felicitated for the same by then Health Minister, Chief Minister and Governor. She was the founder and secretary of the Zonal Transplant Coordination Center, ZTCC in Mumbai. She is the president of the National Diseased Donor Network, a national body for promoting organ transplantation. She was invited to WHO Geneva to develop diseased donor transplantation in developing countries. She was invited to Rajya Sabha in Delhi, India for discussion on amendments in Transplantation Act. She was invited to Nepal for initiating Donor Network, a national body disease donor program in Nepal. She won the Mayor's Award. She won the Chikitsa Ratna Award. She was declared top 20 women achievers of India. Welcome, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi, on our show. We would like to know your views first on Indian Organ Donation Day, then definitely the question answers will start. Dr. Vatsala Trivedi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. I'm sure I'm audible.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Audible?
Yes, please.
So, well, this is started, I think, after 2014, that National Organ Donation Day has to be observed. It was initially on 28th of November. I suppose it was international call, but President Noto changed it to August 3rd because that was the first day of a heart transplant in AIMS, Delhi. So in memory of Dr. Gopal, he's still there. It is first, 3rd August is taken as a organ donation day. I suppose such kind of a celebration increases the enthusiasm, maybe spreads the social knowledge. I don't know beyond that what it can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi, for your opening remark. My question to you is, do you think whatsoever the government is doing or the NOTO is doing, they are doing very well for promoting organ donation awareness, or you think that still there is a scope to do many things? What are your views about that, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi?
My view is organ donation or disease organ donor transplant is purely a scientific progress. And I know social support is required, but basically to continue this.
Pencil.
Hello. Hello.
It's okay. Carry on.
Yeah. So, but basically, if you want to improve the disease organ donation, it is a duty of the institute, duty of the state to own up this program and continue it as a scientific. I am sure I have never doubted the society in 1997. I don't doubt society today also. Society is always with us, and I am always a believer that if there are 10 causes of failure, society will be 10th cause. And if there are 100 causes of failure, the society support is the 100. We have failed it to implement scientifically, seamlessly, donor-friendly program in each hospital.
So while Rotarian Lal is joining us shortly, you have got you've got a very proud record, Vatsalaji. Since your time earlier transplant to now, have you seen change in the fashion and people's behavior? Are they more willing to donate, or is there a taboo subject from religious or a social point of view?
See, religion, social are all excuses. You never believe. You convince the relatives in the ICU when their relative is brain dead, properly give the grief counseling. Almost all the time you get success. And if you ask me, by increasing the knowledge, recently somebody had carried, I think you people know Deshmukh, who does the seawater in charge. He had carried a research on 30,000 people who are in a rural area. His opinion was also, it was a random study, like me, about probably 85% of the population does not know what is organ donation. But if you explain them, more than 95% are willing to donate. So there is no dearth of not accepting. Religion, if you don't want, people say that minority religion does not allow you to donate. In that case, I think Saudi Arabia should not be having a disease donor program. America, England should not have a disease donor program at all. Are you not carrying out successfully? So we are giving an excuse. Maybe that is why it is not going on. Neither the religion nor the society is a bar for a continuing disease donor.
So like everything, education matters. Getting message to the people is very important. And that's what Rotarian Lal is going around the world and educating people in his own way that, look, this is a very much need of the hour, and let's create more organ donors. So that's fantastic. Over to you, Rotarian Lal. Go ahead.
Yeah. My next question to you, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi. You said once to me that why, when we have so many disease donors available in India, why we are going for living donors, why we are putting somebody under knife, if I am not mistaken, because today somebody has asked before this in our Rotary meeting, somebody has asked this particular question because in USA or UK, the disease they want to promote living donation more. But according to you, if I'm not quoting wrongly, you wanted that when we have so many disease donors available, why we are not taking them so that they can give the organs and the lives can be saved. What are your views about this, Dr. Trivedi?
Mr. I would agree that I am for disease donor. And what you say is also correct. Western countries have utilized the disease donor, that is DBD, after brain death, or DCD to the maximum. Now they are not able to get more donors, and then like less painful mode of operation. So living donation remains one of the, what you say is a planned surgery, and they have a good mechanism to follow up those donors. And that's why saying that we are also doing the living donor and we'll continue with the donor. Let me be very frank, India has not tapped the sources of disease donor. We have annual death rate by road traffic accident or fatal accident about 1.60 1.6 lakhs, of which we hardly get the 1.60 thousand. Yeah, lakhs. But of which, if you see the NOTO website, how many donors are there from disease DBD? DCD is far away still. Where are the donors DBD? And it is an average, what you say, statistics. In each ICU, the brain death ratio or brain death sankhya is 5 to 10% every ICU death is brain death. So where are they? So we are not tapping. We are just wanting to say now and promote. Even foreign countries for the living donor. At the end, I am asking for kidney. Yes, you are taking it from retroperitoneum. There may not be a scar in the abdomen. There may not be the peritoneal violation. But people are going ahead with the living liver donation also, for which you have to open somebody's abdomen. Now you see in India, the girl gets emotionally attached to the father because father is a bread earner or there emotionally. I know about 3 girls who are professionally qualified between 25 to 30 years. They have a huge abdominal scar. Now, do you expect them to get married in Indian society? Do you expect to get, suppose they get pregnant, do you expect any complication because of the scar inside? Otherwise, also they can get intestinal obstruction, volvulus. Are we going to do anything? Where are the management of the donor program existing in India?
Okay. Yes, Dr. Vatsal Trivedi, you rightly said that we have so many diseased donors or road accidents. But my view, and I'm sure you will agree, that because of the less of infrastructure, because whatsoever the main thrust is only on the metros and the classes cities where organ transplant and retrieval centers are situated, because 15% district headquarters is having all this, 85% of the district headquarters India doesn't have. And road accidents are not happening in Mumbai or Delhi or Bangalore because of the traffic, but they are happening on the highways which are passing through a small cities, and they don't have even a brain death declaration committee. So when we don't have, so we are wasting the resources which are available. Don't you think that first we should go ahead with the infrastructure, then creating awareness? Everybody pressurizes us for creating awareness. We have to create awareness because in the other day I was at Dahanu. You know Dahanu well, very close to Mumbai. There is no such facilities. They asked me, it's okay, forget about organs. Even for eye bank, we don't have any facility. Now tell me, when this is the situation, what, because pressure is on NGOs or the society or the medical professionals to create awareness. But where to create awareness? In Mumbai, yes, people are aware. But the brain dead people are not aware. What are your comments on that?
My first thing is that don't go to the district level. India claims, or now they are claiming, they are going to have multiple medical colleges. If you have a medical college, you have all minimal possible facilities. Without that, you can't create a medical college. So you will have an emergency division, you have an ICU, you have a operation theater, you have expert for all that. So first, government has to take a decision or have a political will that every medical college, whether it is private or otherwise, has a mandatory duty to give treatment to the brain dead people and declare. So you don't have to have a special brain death committee there. That is a medical college you will have. Second thing I offer, I agree, medical colleges do not have the education. I offer the government, I will give you the what are the subjects to be taught. Let us have the workshop 2 days in each medical colleges. We have repeat and educate them. After 6 months, make them responsibility. 6 months we are teaching you. Why are we not able to diagnose a single brain death? So there is called accountability. So we have neither accountability nor we are willing to change, and we are just telling the, sorry to tell you, like you, and you people are continuing brain dead, organ donation. Public are sick of that, I would say, How much you can do? How much society can take? It is like, you keep on advertising Coca-Cola is good, Coca-Cola is good. So every there is an advertisement for Coca-Cola, but you don't have the factory. Do you think public will follow you after some time?
Sure. Okay, yes, you are right. When there is no factory, what the Coca-Cola will do. Now my thing, which I am coming to, very, very important thing. In all the things, when you are done doing, I know that you have done MCH long ago, but nowadays, any of the medical field, which in the education, there is no organ transplant curriculum in any of the medical colleges. Don't you think first they should introduce, so the doctors on the MBBS curriculum or the post-graduation curriculum, if we have this about organ transplants compulsorily taught to the medical students, they will definitely come to know about this. What is your view about that?
Dr. Lal Goyal, I have created the curriculum and given to Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. And in 2008, they have given a letter to me that since that year, it will be taught. I think there are 44 medical colleges. And they are teaching because curriculum is mandatory. But what is happening? The houseman or registrar becomes, he knows what is brain dead. But if he is not given any facility, what is he going to do? Your boss is not wanting you to do. The deans are not wanting to do. He does not have authority to do. The seniors are supporting. Now seniors feel that they are not answerable. Nobody to ask them.
Okay.
So we are on auto mode.
Okay. But this you are talking about Maharashtra. I had been to Bihar, UP, many other places. They don't have, they no knowledge to add the medical students, or even the sorry to say, the faculty is not aware about organ donation or organ transplants. So that is why the challenge is.
No, whichever state has asked me, that is West Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, Chennai, I have sent this curriculum. Everybody tells me that I have done a great job, but there is no outcome.
Only one transplant took place in Bihar in last 10 years. That is a very shocking figure, but we have to live. Now, my one more question, where your views are very strong, and you says that why to glorify this organ donation act?
Yes,
why we are saying that organ donation is something which is very, very supreme and people should worship them, that he is a donor. What are your views about that?
No, I am not at all believer of that view, not from today, long 97 I have started. And I was telling everybody, don't glorify, this is a normalization of the life. It is like, you glorify sati, you glorify infant Stri Bhrun Hatya. You say, no, how good, because we can't afford the dowry. We don't want to look after the male child. It is something like that. After my death, what are you going to do with me? Nobody can do anything. But if I can donate, it should be donated. It has to be normal. I think only one person who had understood, I think that Jyoti Galada, she keeps on telling everywhere, let it be normalized, let it be family disease. It need not be glorified. You are not doing any sacrifice by doing.
So you
You
mean
are
to say
just
that, sorry, you mean to say that like a blood donation, which is become a regular thing, one can go and donate.
yes,
So, but in
yeah.
blood donation, we are not pledging to donate our blood. We are not filling any form. While here, the main emphasis from all the agencies, right from the top to bottom, is to pledge to donate. But do you think this pledging to donate, we are just wasting our resources? This not serving the purpose, because last year so many pledges have come place and only 1099 people were has donated the disease donation has took place. So do you think if we will not emphasize on pledging to donate organs, we must concentrate to create more infrastructure, educate more people so that people will come? What are your views on that?
I agree. I'm telling Noto because they wanted to, or they are introducing in the school. I say, you are wasting your time, you are wasting your energy, and you are wasting your resources. How many pledges you have collected, out of which who are the donor? Do you have a statistics? There is no statistics for that. How will you get in such country? Somebody comes from Patiala, truck driver, and he dies over here. Whether he had pledged or not, do we have that infrastructure? And even if he pledges, today's law in India, the next of kin has to give, who is a legitimate heir for his body, has to give the consent. Now, from where you get that? So I think we are wasting absolutely our energy, and it is undue pressure on all the NGOs. That is what I feel. And NGOs feel, government has, so we must do it.
Okay. And now, one thing which is happening today in India very prominently is about the circulatory death. Do you agree that this circulatory death should be done in a very effective way, and we can save more lives, we'll get more organs, or it is still in an infant stage? Because living will, although the Supreme Court of India has agreed that living will can be done, but when we know that even our will, which we pay, it takes months together, and anyone can challenge. Even if I have made a living will and everything, if suppose any hospital honoring that takes my organs, one of my relative, my kids, can file a case against the hospital and the doctor. What are your views about that?
I am totally with you. See, DCD requires much more faster way of functioning, and then only you may be able to get the organs like liver, kidney, etc. Heart, lungs, possible. But DBD, where you have a breathing, DBD is a brain death, you have a breathing time for about 8 hours, 10 hours, where you get coordinated, well-maintained the donor and take out the organs. When we have not geared up for that state, dreaming DCD will be a distant, what you can dream, I would say. When I was called to WHO, they were promoting DCD, and the WHO chief was that time, he said, Vatsala, will you promote DCD in your country? I said, sorry, sir, today's era, it is not possible. Let us first move DBD, get to some level, let everybody get trained how to respond to that situation. Then only you can make them respond much faster. Otherwise, you just imagine and leave it there only.
Thank
And
you very much. Yeah, yes, please.
I don't believe in dreaming and talking. If it is not feasible, we should take the path which is feasible and do it best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi. You have given answers as frank as you are always on the phone with me, and you have not hidden or you have not suppressed anything. Although you have worked in the government and you are on the helm of this particular thing, you have started the brain death thing. If anyone would like to ask, Dr. Kirat Mistry, I can see you. Dr. Kirat Mistry, if you would like to ask anything from Dr. Vatsala Trivedi, you can ask. So that she will be able to answer, because this is from the Indian side. I have asked. Now Dr. Rotarian Kirat Mistry is the charter president of Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK. So if you have any question to Dr. Vatsala Trivedi.
Thank you for an enlightening presentation, and I'm really straight to your words, and this is what we need to do if we're going to change the dial, and we're going to change the organ donation. We have to work frankly and be honest with these institutions to talk and be transparent. So my question really is how do we really get transparency with all of the ROTOs, the SOTOs, the World Health Organization? How do we get them to work more in a joined up way to collaborate? Because that seems to be the challenge.
No, I agree with you. I am totally with you. I cannot change the government policies, and I mean, the whole aim has gone into the different way. Probably, transplant has become more a social event than a scientific event.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi. Please be there if you have, I know that your time is very precious, but I'm so happy that you have given time and allow us to ask those questions, which are very, very important because people always think what is the other side, but we have to see the other side, also other side of the coin. And you have shown the real mirror to all of us that this is the reality. Thank you very much, Dr. Vatsala Trivedi. I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Regina Gupta, as well as Rotarian Sunil Gupta. As I already mentioned, Rotarian Regina Gupta is the kidney donor to her spouse, Rotarian Sunil Gupta. And they stays in Sunnyvale, California, USA. Thank you very much, Rotarian Regina Gupta, to join and give your views. We would like to know your views on Indian Organ Donation Day, although I know that you are staying there, but your perspective about what has happened with you and what has taken it, why you have taken the decision to donate your kidney to your spouse, or why you have not asked him to wait for the deceased donor. Anyone has inspired you, or it was your own will that you have decided to donate? Rotarian Regina Gupta, please unmute yourself. Please unmute. Please unmute Rotarian Regina. Okay. I think it's not. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Till the time she will unmute, or the team, Healing Our team will unmute her, I will come to Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Rotarian Sunil Gupta, you are a recipient, and you are, as you have said, you are very thankful to, again, she has gone, to your spouse, Rotarian Regina Gupta. Why you think so?
You know, I can start. I think Regina is having a little difficulty in unmuting her phone because of landscape mode. Regina, if you turn your phone upside down like that and now try it, it'll probably help. Okay. Once she does that, let me give you my perspective, and then we'll come back to her. Right. So I'll start, and I'll talk to both, give you a contrast between what I have seen between organ donation in India, and I've been very fortunate to have and receive organ donation in the US from my wife Regina. I'll tell you my story would start with I needed a kidney when I turned 40, but my story starts with actually a genetic disease called polycystic kidneys, and my grandmother, my father's mother, my paternal grandmother, died of it at the age of 58 in 1960s in India. Right at that time, I was told that there were no facilities. She couldn't even get dialysis. So India's done actually has come a long way. The world has come a long way. It wasn't just in India that the infrastructure was lacking, but it was lacking pretty much everywhere else in the world as well. So historically speaking, that was the first generation. Now my father had the same issue of polycystic kidneys. He needed an organ transplant, and he was in India. And at that time, there was only one transplant center in Vellore in the south. And even though the center was experimenting on transplants in the 1970s and 80s, my father needed the transplant in 81, and the statistics of survival were very, very not very transparent. So he was very fortunate. His own sister stepped up. My Buaji, they were a very, very loving family, and he received a transplant in New York in 1982. So that was second generation. I'm the third generation in terms of a transplant. Fortunate enough for my wife to step up and donate living donor to save my life. And she's on this call, and I know the previous speaker said there's no need to glorify, but I have to tell you, it's not that easy to step up and be able to be a donor. It may be easier to have a deceased donor when you're gone, but not easy when you're a living donor. And I have a living proof with my spouse and my wife on this call, and I'm eternally grateful to her. Let me see if I can get her on and talk about how come we don't have enough living donors. In the previous segment, I talked about there is a need for the living donors to step up. I mean, there are other ways if you're not a match. I mean, there are things like swaps, there are things like chain donations that can be done. I mean, India has a different problem of having enough road accidents and brain dead donors and things like that are not being utilized. But here in the United States, we see in the Bay Area, the period is so long that a lot of people actually die waiting for organs on dialysis or other things. So it's not a matter of advancement of society or access to medicine or infrastructure. It's something fundamentally as a human being, we just like to receive and not like to give. And I thought that'd be a nice perspective to listen from my spouse, from my wife, Regina, why she donated, right? And what it would take for more people to come up and save their loved ones that need an organ first, right? We can talk about disease donation.
Okay, before I will go to Rotarian Regina, I have one question to you, Rotarian Sunil Gupta, is you gave the figure of USA, so many people are dying. I can give you the exact figure, exactly the approximate figure of USA. Approximately the mortality is about 6,700 in last year, which although the population of India is 4 times larger than the USA, but if you multiply 6,700 to 4, it is not even 30,000. While in India, the figure which is Noto is giving is more than 5 lakhs. So it is not that India is having a good situation. It has not. It is, and this figure is constant in India for last 9 years. It is not. They are not giving the actual data because they don't have the actual data because of the state subject. Health is a state subject, although it is also a state subject in your country. But here they don't have those figures. So my question to you is, when this is the situation, we can understand because you have less number of disease donors or the brain dead donors. That's why you want to promote more living donors. While in India, we have so many brain dead people whose organs are wasted. As the official figure says that about 3 lakhs people are declared brain dead last year, out of which only 1,099 donated. Don't you think it's a very, very alarming, although it's an Indian Organ Donation Day today?
No, I think the numbers are alarming, but as you said, India has other development issues, right? Number one, I'll tell you, when I actually come for a visit to India, my own doctor's transplant team tells me I have to be very careful with immunity, right? Because it's not just a matter of doing the surgery and the infrastructure. Transplantation itself is the start of a journey, right? I'm very fortunate. I'm living 15 years after a transplant, right? So the statistics is, if you look at the major success of a transplant program is survival, right? That's what, it's not just saving lives. That's the start. But survival to 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and beyond. And so to keep it that way, if I come for a visit to India, the basic start of infrastructure. I mean, you gave a large number of 5 lakh people dying. a lot of people, a lot of them may not even have proper access. You know, even the dialysis in India, I remember with my father's time, it was so bad. The hemodialysis was so bad that he got a foot drop as a result of it was a side effect. And when he came to the US and he had dialysis, the doctors here said, well, the parameters were not dialed correctly, you know, where he was getting dialysis in India. So it's a matter of not just the infrastructure, but you know, I don't want to say it's about cleanliness or hygiene. Generally speaking, right? The doctors are top notch. The caring staff is top notch. But when you step on the streets and you get some waterborne illness or an infection, right? No amount of infrastructure is going to help you, you know, save that organ. So there could be a death because of that, right? Even post transplant.
Okay.
Issues.
Thank you, Rotarian Sunil, for giving your views. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, would you like to ask a question to Rotarian Sunil Gupta, Rotarian Kiran Mistry?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important. Your stories like yours is how we get more people coming forward. And like we've got a number of living donor pairs, you know, who have husband and wife, mother to daughter. And we take them out to events, you know, we've got Navratri coming up. We've got 2 days where we will get them and actually raise awareness and try and get people to come forward. Even when the people who have a kidney diagnosis, even in the transplant centers, we need to try and, we've got this peer network now set up through WhatsApp where somebody who's going to start dialysis, they will get that, you know, peer support. So how when you went through the journey in San Francisco, what support was available? Because we're finding from our donors, our recipients particularly, and the donors, the mental well-being, the mental health is a big challenge, and there was no support.
Yep. That's a fantastic question, and you're absolutely right. Right? I mean, when somebody gets diagnosed in the first place and has to get on dialysis, the first mental awareness or challenge that comes in, you know, of course, the why me question, right? Why did it have to happen to me? And then, you know, the world comes tumbling down on you, thinking, okay, you know, it's eventually tied to mindset A, which is like the fear of death is what looms on you, right? And a lot of the patients that need organs have to face that. Fortunately, I had a very good friend, a close friend who had a kidney transplant. So he was part of my support network, and he actually helped me walk through the, you know, the hope of, you know, at the time I did not know my spouse was going to step up, right, and donate her organ. But it's very important to build that hope for the people that are needing an organ to see the light. And then and of course there's psychological screening also when you have to be put on a waiting list about whether you're a right fit or a candidate for a transplant or not. And one of the major aspects of that is motivation to contribute the rest of your life and contribute positively to society once a organ has been given to you. Because, you know, in you know, somebody has to pay for this organ transplant, and in the Western world, at least in America, right, it's the insurance companies. And they are very, very quick to deny you transplant because, you know, they don't want to pay. I mean, a transplant costs about $500,000 in the United States. So unless you know, you're a positive and physically or mentally motivated individual, and also, you know, not doing drugs and other you know, issues that are self-destructive in nature, you know, you're not a good candidate for a transplant. But you're absolutely right. Mental awareness is and mental motivation is key, and the support network is important. Both Regina and I are part of advocates in the California area for talking to new transplant pairs. So we extend our experiences to them and walk them through to make it, you know, easy for them to understand what happens next.
Okay, thank you very much, Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Please be there. I can now see Rotarian Regina can unmute. So Rotarian Regina, Again, I am repeating the same thing. At the time when you were told that your husband requires a kidney, and why you have taken the decision to donate the kidney to your husband, whether you were being discouraged by your family, friends, and all those who are associated with you, or you are quite strong enough at that time to take a decision to save, although I'm sure that the people might have told you that you are going under knife, might be lots of problems afterwards, how you are going to get, because in earlier of the segment, somebody says that if you require a kidney, God forbid, what will be your situation? So all those types of things might have put in your mind, but you have taken a decision. Why you have done it, your views about that, Rotarian Regina Gupta, please.
Thank you very much for having me here this evening. So it was important for me at that time. My daughter was 9 years old. And it was important for me to see that she had her, dad around for her, growing up, graduating high school, college, and just for all the milestones in life. And more than anything else, I felt at the time that it was human for me to do, what I needed to do to help my husband. And be alive for all of us, for his mom, for his brothers, for me, for Simran, my daughter. And I have to say that I had a great support system. My dad at the time was alive, and my family, my aunts and uncles and cousins, everybody encouraged me to do that. More so, my colleagues at work, when I discussed this with them, that I was going to be donating my kidney to Sunil, everybody supported me, let alone my friends at the club where I went to exercise every morning. For one whole year, I had the support of exercising, meeting at 4 a.m. All these ladies, 8 of them every day would meet me, would work out with me. They brought me vitamins, just all the healthy stuff that I was supposed to do to get ready. So the amount of support I had from family, from the society, from friends who lifted me up each day. So I never had a doubt of changing my mind on that aspect. I belonged to a dance school at the time, and I was dancing once a week with these ladies. I remember when my teacher announced to the group that Regina is going to be out, donating her kidney to her husband. That evening when I got home, I got an email from one of the dancers in the group saying, "Why are you donating your kidney to your husband?" So, and she was Indian. And I have to tell you, I felt like there was a huge stigma in our society of not supporting this. Very different than the women that I worked out at the club, the colleagues I had, who pushed me, saying, "You could do this. What do we need to do to help you, to reach your goal?" In between, there were some health challenges. But I have to say that, when you have positive people around you, nothing matters. And I got through this with the society. Yeah. And I also have to tell you that a few years later, after the donation, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. So I'm sitting here with a lot of missing organs today, but I live a very normal life. I travel, I continue to exercise every day, and enjoying life at, every aspect of, what I want to do. So I'm very fortunate and call myself very lucky.
Yes, God bless you, Rotarian Regina. You have made a very, very important point, and that is, it is not only the family support, but the community support, the society support, the society help to build your mental strength is very, very important. As Rotarian Sunil has mentioned initially, that there is a lots of challenges mentally once you diagnosed with the kidney problem, but the donors to get the support from the society is also very important. It means, you mean to say that we have to even educate the society to support those who have decided to become a living donor. because that is where the society plays a very, very important role. Do you agree that the society or the community can play very important role as you have faced, or do you think that it is only your own wish or your family that you can donate the organ, or anyone can donate the organ?
Absolutely. I think the society and your support group and people around you play such an important role. The energy they bring, you know, I have to tell you that during the transplant, I did not have to worry about whether my daughter was getting picked up from school, food coming in from friends. All of these are small things, but it matters so much to make things so much easier, right? Less burden on you. The quicker you heal, the better outcome you get.
Today being the International Friends Day also, it is a really, I must say, this is the real friendship, that when the friends are supporting you at that time where you require, because in USA or other Western country, even in India, in the metros, now the nuclear families are there, where you have to depend on the society support or the friend support, and which in your case, it is really very, very remarkable. So thank you very much. Now I will ask the Rotarian Kirat Mistry once again. Would you like to ask any question or anything what you have heard about Rotarian Regina Gupta? Please unmute. Please unmute. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, please unmute.
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
please go.
Again, thank you for sharing your personal journey, but also with your ovarian cancer, because it's something that we do a lot of work around cancer, and particularly within the communities. And we've got women who have come forward who have had ovarian cancer, but couldn't talk to their families, and now they've built up the courage to talk and go and raise awareness. So thank you for sharing. I think that this today has been very inspiring, but also it shows that we need to create a bigger network of people who are living donors, kidney recipients, and start breaking some of these cultural kind of taboos and myths. Luckily, we've got a daughter donated to a mother before her 70th birthday. A daughter donated to a father, and these are living donors. So I think what we do is the richness of bringing another session in the future of just bringing living donors and recipients together, will be something that Mr. Lal will have to do that, because that's the only way we're going to start changing our community's mindset, because otherwise we are in this bubble. We only think about it when it happens to us. So we have to start educating others. So, Regina G, in terms of the message, what would your message be? We've got lots of viewers around the world in terms of the importance of, coming forward as a living donor.
I think for me, it was looking at the situation and just being human, right? I mean, we all have a purpose in this journey, and I think that purpose has to be spoken about more, right? Living the world a better place and taking care of people around us. My dad's not alive, but when I was discussing this with him, he said, "You must do this. What's your purpose?" And it still comes to my mind all the time. The guy stood next to me, and said, "You got to do this. You got to do it for Sunil, got to do it for Simran, and for all of us." So encouragement, I think, is such an important part of our journey, right? Within friends, within families. And I often speak about this at different events here about, getting people just to think about the purpose. Like,
Okay, thank you very much. And I would just inform our viewers as well as Rotarian Kirat Mistry the dedication they have in promoting organ donation. As you know, the time differences, so that even on Sunday early morning at 6:30, the Rotarian Sunil Gupta joins and attend our board meeting or our regular meeting. This shows the dedication, and the Sunday early morning to wake up, and especially a kidney recipient or a kidney donor is not as easy. But because they have decided to spend their time for creating awareness in the society and to do something to give back the society, because the society is giving them a new life. Like society has supported Rotarian Regina, and so that's why I must give credit to society also, and that's why they are repaying back. Hats off to you, both of you. Thank you very much. Please be there. And meanwhile, I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and he is Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah. Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah is a pharmacist, microbiologist, medical technologist, CTBS ATB certified. He is the tissue donation chair of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. He is a surgical, skin, musculoskeletal, and tissue bank recovery specialist at MTF Biologics, NJSN affiliated New Jersey, USA. Rotarian Deepan Shah brings expertise in pharmaceutical sciences and microbiology to tissue banking and organ donation. He managed his grandfather's pharmacy chain, established 1947 in India, taught biology at high school and college levels, and served with the Indian Red Cross Society. His key achievements are first Asian Indian ambassador for organ tissue donation by NJSN, founder president of Points Plus AG1, founder and formulator of Agivir Ayurveda Herbal and Botanical. Rotarian Shah is very active in charitable work through Rotary Club of Petlard with additional experience in agricultural work alongside his grandfather. His multifaceted career spans healthcare, education, business, and community service with particular focus on bridging cultural barriers in organ and tissue donation awareness. Welcome, Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah. Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah, you have heard today, right from our organ donation joint meeting with Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. And now also in this segment, we have heard the experts, the kidney donor, the kidney recipients. And we would like to know your views, because you are working very closely in India also through the charitable organization set up by you, as well as you are doing lots of work in the USA. And you know the first-hand information because you are dealing with the tissues every day. We would like to know your views on Indian Organ Donation Day. Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan Shah, please.
Rotarian Lal Goyal, just before Deepan speaks, and Deepan has been here on Healing Our Earth before. He brought so much information there from America. Kirit, you got an announcement to make?
Yes, just would like, Rotarian Golal, in advance of your forthcoming birthday on Friday, we'd like to, from Healing Our Earth, we'd like to wish you a happy birthday for Friday and many more. So happy birthday from now, from the Healing Our Earth family, and wish you many more.
A happy birthday from here in India. Many happy returns of the day.
I don't have a good voice like Amrita ji, so I won't sing happy birthday, but I will send you a message on Friday.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. I'm definitely, I want your wishes that whatsoever remaining life of mine should be dedicated for the creating organ donation awareness. That is what I want. Blessings, good wishes, and gifts from you all. Thank you very much. Yes, coming back to Jain Ratna,
yes,
Rotarian Deepan Shah, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, dear Mr. Lal Goyal. And again, wish you wonderful, happy birthday, joyful, live a wonderful potential life, and continue your legacy for organ and tissue donation awareness. This is the only karma that comes with us. Everything else is secondary. First of all, it's a wonderful day, Indian Organ Donation Day, and a lot of great topic. Before I jump on my expertise, I would like to God bless Mr. and Mrs. Gupta. They're very fortunate that luckily Rajita's kidney matched with Sunil. So that is a really miracle. And one more point I would like to highlight, as Sunil also mentioned, and he definitely heard from his doctor. And here, what I see in the community, people who I know, because I met a lot of transplant people who receive or who are givers. We met them, we invite them here every quarterly. So one thing always doctor says, be mindful before you travel to certain countries. And of course, Indian doctor says, be careful about India. India is a wonderful country, Lexi, I'm born and brought up there. I love to come there every year, but only a few things I have to be very mindful, careful about pollution, hygienic condition, and people's very lack of awareness about how to live a good life. So, but anyway, and before also I would like to say a few what I understand and what I do here, what we do here. Same thing we do in India, and currently we are doing in India. So basically, to encourage organ and tissue donation awareness, primarily focus on education, community engagement, and utilize the diverse communication channels. In example, targeted education, tailor the education materials and present to the specific communities. Personal stories, share compelling personal stories like Mr. and Mrs. Gupta, a wonderful couple here on our platform. Clear messaging, use simple, accessible language to explain the process of donation. Health fair and community events is one of the great events that we can reach out multiple peoples. Participate in health fairs and community events to distribute educational material and answer questions on the topic. Professional development, provide education outreach to the health professional involved in organ and tissue donation awareness. Community engagement is also wonderful ways to reach out to the community. National observers, like we have here, recognized national observers like National Donors Life Month in April and National Minority Awareness Month in August this month also. Raise awareness, celebrate the gift of donation, multicultural outreach, engage the diverse community through the cultural sensitivity outreach program, like Navratri, what Kirit says. So those kind of or walkathon, running stuffs are very, very important. So I would like to say a few words about skin. There, the area is my purely expertise, and I would like to some highlight about skin. A lot of people may aware, may not aware. Anytime anybody wants to know educational material or awareness, I'm always there to provide you, and that's what I primarily do in India also. So skin, as we know, that skin is our biggest organ on our human body. The skin is made up of three layers: epidermis, dermis, and hypodermis. Skin donation after death can save lives by providing skin graft for burn victims and also those with other tissue damage. It's a vital process as donated victims and those with other tissue damage. It's also help to prevent infection, reduce pain, burns, traumatic wounds, chronic non-healing ulcers, skin cancer surgery, abdominal wall surgery, congenital defects, scar revision, cosmetic reconstruction, infection and necrosis. Rhinoplasty, breast construction, and promote faster healing, ultimately increasing the survival rates. Unlike other donations, skin donation can occur after cardiac death, and matching between donor and recipient isn't required like organ. Type of graft from the skin: split thickness graft, mainly used for skin for burn; full thickness skin graft; composite graft. What about skin graft? While skin graft can be a autograft from the same person recover for certain example minor skin burn or some kind of procedure surgery, same patient surgery skin use, it's called autograft. Allograft called the skin from the donor family or donor. Who can donate? Any individual over in America 18 years and older up to 75 years of age. How skin is recovered? Skin is recovered from hidden areas like back, thigh, legs, usually within the 6 hours of after the death. Skin can be stored in a tissue bank up to 5 years. At here we stored at minus 75 to minus 85 Fahrenheit degree temperature. Approximately 2 million tissue transplant are performed in USA. So tissue transplant 2.5 million, including skin, bone, ligament, tendons, cornea, retina, bone marrow. Around 100,000 skin grafts are performed annually in America. Approximately 60,000 skin tissue donors provide life-saving and healing each year in USA. Substantial number of skin grafts come from the deceased donor. And in India, what I understand, approximately 1 million people get burned every year, and most of them are poor or middle class family. So why tissue recover in America in hospital? India setup system is a little different. Here it's required by the federal government law tissue recovered in hospital primarily serve the provide tissue for transplantation, research, and medical training. This tissue can be used to save and promote the lives of others, whether through the surgical procedure, wound healing procedure, and other medical applications. Hospitals are often have arrangement with tissue bank to facilitate the donation of the process. Where tissue recovered in USA. In US, organ and tissue for transplantation are covered by the federally designated non-profit organ procurement organization. It's called OPO. This organization works with hospitals and other healthcare facilities to coordinate the surgical recovery of organs and tissues from deceased donors. OPO plays crucial role in matching donated organs with potential recipients. All OPO has their own testing system, blood matching system. They have their own design for that. Organ procurement organization OPO, there are primarily entities responsible for recovery of organ tissue. There are 57 OPOs in USA, each covering a specific geographical area. Hospital and healthcare facility OPO partnered with hospital and other healthcare facility to identify potential donor and facilitate the recovery process. United Network of Organ Sharing (UNOS) is the organization that matches the national transplant system for organ and works with OPO to establish policy and procedure for organ allocation. Thank you very much. Any specific question I am able to answer.
Thank you very much, Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan Shah, for giving the perspective of the skin donation in USA. My one very particular question is, in India, for skin retrieval, the training is for about 2 weeks for the technician, and they are trained to take the skin, they can retrieve the skin at the house or of the deceased person or the person who died. But in USA, I was told, and I'm sure that you have also taken a training for 4 years just to retrieve the tissue. Why it is so? What is the difference for 4 years and India only 2 weeks?
Wonderful, very great question. So first of all, what I understand, India skin recovers through the dermatome machine. So basically, dermatome machine, when they use, it's only go to 0.2 centimeter depth only, and their setup and regulatory requirements way vast different than USA. Here, first of all, if you want to work in a OPO or organ tissue recovery areas, must have to have either a degree of nursing, pharmacist, doctor. That is primary basic requirements, or microbiologist. Then you have to further study and give the board exam from the AATB to get the certificate of CTBS. So that is primary required. Until and unless you cannot enter in this field. And then after 6 months training is required, until mainly 3 to 6 months, but I go with higher time. So with that, then you work with the experts for certain cases, and then you will sign up to recover individual to recover skin tissues. That is here required from the federal government.
Okay, thank you. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, you would like to ask a question to Rotarian Deepan Shah.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. And your key message was very clear. We have to keep the messaging very simple and very clear. But how do we convince and educate those who don't want to listen? How have you, because that's the biggest challenge. I've had people saying it's against my religion. I've had against people saying, oh, I need to go as I came because of my Hindu dharma. So these are the kind of challenges that we face. But my simple question is, forget the religion. You or your loved one needs this organ. Are you taking it? And they say yes. So then that's how I counteract it. But what would be your words of wisdoms around that?
Yes, very wonderful. Very great question. So classic example, we have Mr. and Mrs. Gupta. So we a lot of time invite people who donated, people who are recipients. We ask them to share their loved one story, right? Every story has a miracle. Every story they pass through, they grind through a lot of stuff. Also, I met a lot of religious leaders here, including pastors. Our Bhattaragi Swami, Mr. Goyal also knows. I met Jain Muni Maharaj. I met Swaminarayan religious leaders. I met Hindu religious leaders. and I make Muslims religious leaders also. And when I talk to them one on one, when I personally, everyone no religion object about donating organ or tissue. The only things it's a myth and unawareness of people. So when we have a properly, explain, elaborate why it is important. Being healthy, we are in heaven. But if something goes wrong in our body, then we know, family know how it is suffering. It is mentally, emotionally, spiritually. So always a case study, right way we approach, right audience we approach, and that way multiplies it. Use a lot of different tools.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rotarian Deepansha. Please stay. We will be coming to the next round when our all other participants will ask the questions. Now I'd like to introduce my next panelist guest. He's Dr. Kamal Jain, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain. Rotarian Kamal Jain, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain is a distinguished physician and a humanitarian leader with over 3 decades of medical practice since 1991. He serves as club learning facilitator and organ donation chair of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and as director of the Organ Donation Awareness Project at the Giants Welfare Foundation, where he coordinates 625 groups nationwide for organ donation awareness across India. Based in Bhiwandi, Dr. Jain established the city's first eye donation center and has personally performed over 250 eye enucleations. He is a life member of the Eye Bank Association of India and advisory committee member of the Sahara Eye Bank in Thane. His leadership roles include honorary secretary of the National Jain Doctors Federation and past president of both the Giants Group of Bhiwandi and the Bhiwandi Medical Practitioners Association. Dr. Jain holds a 2014 world record from the Golden Book of the World Records for hosting the most professional people in matrimonial meet. He has also served in disaster relief missions, providing medical care to earthquake victims in Latur 1993 and Bhuj 2001 as part of the Giants medical team. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain on our this very, very important show organized by Healing Our Earth and Mr. Neil Kumar and his team. This shows goes across the world on different platforms of the social media, whether it's the Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and whatnot. And on this, every week, on every Sunday, they are coming out with a new topic which enlightens the public, the society, the community, the country, and then we can say the world and the entire earth. And that's why it's a healing our earth. Now, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain, you have heard our all earlier speakers. You have also participated in our Rotary meeting. You have heard what Professor Dr. Randhawa has mentioned, and Rotarian Kirat Mistry, who is still there, who is participating actively, who is the charter president of Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation UK. Now, being associated with Giants Club for so long, as well as now you are associated very actively with Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, your views, because you are in the field, you are meeting the people, you are creating awareness, you are facing lots of challenges in your field. On this very, very special day, that is the Indian Organ Donation Day, we would like to know your views, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goelji. Good evening to all my Rotarians and viewers. Today we had a lot of speakers and a lot have been spoken about organ donation. I would probably like to talk about what we as a Rotary or as a NGO, what we can do in the field of organ donation for creating the awareness. See, when it comes to donation, be it Annadan, that is donation of food, be it Aushadadan, that is a donation of medicine, be it Gyandan, donation of knowledge. We Indians are always number one in all these things. But then when it comes to Angadan, we are last. India's organ donation rate is notably very low. Hardly you can say around 0.52 per million population, significantly lower than countries like Spain, where it is 49.6 per million population. So now why? Why are we lacking behind in donating organs? Precious organs after death are burned or buried, but not donated. Why? Now, the thing is that there is a lack of awareness. And second important thing is, there are lots of myths. Now, what I personally feel should be done, we all know what are the myths, and what is to be done for the awareness. But now what I personally feel that we should have more and more trainers. Like you have been going around giving the lectures on organ donation awareness. I have been, nearly every month I have one visit to schools, colleges. But then too, we have so many colleges around, so many, schools around. And this is not only schools and colleges. These are the new, of course, this new generation have to be trained about this. But then we have many societies. We have to go around societies also, clear the myth. Now, one question just our Kirti sir had asked that what can be done about those who are not are ready to accept. Now we come across the people telling if I donate the eyes in next birth I will be born blind. This is one of the myths. And what I explain to them, I tell them, see, there is a thing called hysterectomy. Many of the females, they have the problems, that where the uterus is removed, which is called as hysterectomy. Now, have you ever heard that any girl is born without uterus? So this is a way we have to interact with the people. We have to interact with the new generation. And there are a lot of things which have to be done. So as an NGO, what we Rotarians can do, we can, help, give a application to government, tell them that, one of the things which can be done is like the person who donates blood, they get a donor card. And why don't a family who donates the organ get a donor card, that in future, if their family, any of their member of their family, requires organ donation, then they should be the first in the waiting list. So these are the suggestions what we can give to the government to be done. These are the laws which government can pass. Then we should also see about the cost factors. In India, cost factor is a big thing. A lot of population is a middle class or lower middle class. Cost has to be brought down. And then, as we always say, that charity should begin at home. All our Rotary members should be educated what is organ donation. All groups. Here in my Thane district, there are a lot of Rotarians, a lot of Rotary groups. Now, we should go to each of the group and have a lectures. We should request them to have lectures first for our members. Our members should be thorough with what is organ donation. So this is a way we can increase more and more organ donation ambassadors who can promote organ donation. Now, lot has been said about that organ donation is not having pick up. We are not getting too much of organ donation. It's not to be demoralized. 10 years back, we hardly had anyone talking about organ donation. And now we have many NGOs, even government is doing a lot. And I believe that in coming 5 to 10 years, we will have a lot of things and a lot of improvements in this field. So these are all the things. And thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain, for giving your views. My question to you is, as you have mentioned very rightly, that we have to create more and more awareness. And you have mentioned about Rotary. Don't you think that at least 1 or 2 member of every club should be made brand ambassador by training them? Train the trainers, or I must say that those members who are really interested to be trained so that they can educate the entire club, and then those club members can go and spread the message. Instead, I am going, you are going, or very few of the persons who are speaking now and then, and this thing. as you rightly said, there are so many schools and colleges, so many institutions, so many what not to cover those things. I'm not talking of infrastructure right now, but I'm talking where we have all those facilities. Why we cannot train, and especially the Rotary thing. Do you think we must go and put this thing strongly with the Rotary district as well as Rotary International to nominate at least 1 or 2 person to be educated by those speakers who can do it?
Yes, yes, I fully agree with you. And this is the first question which I had, asked to the speaker. We should have workshops, This was answered by, I think,
Yes.
Dr. Kirti. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
So
Now I am.
we must have workshops. We should have more and more trainers. And why not those who are interested and those who are in NGOs? They should be given the first preference. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now I would like Rotarian Charter President Rotarian Kirat Mistry to give his views and ask questions to Rotarian Dr. Kamal Jain. Please
Thank you.
unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jain. I think you've highlighted that you go out to schools, colleges, etc. An earlier presentation from Dr. Archana is exactly that. She's training the young people now to be the messengers. I think what we need to do from the Rotary side is, yes, we need to create as soon as we have a new member joining, we have to train them, give them the tools to be able to go out there and raise awareness. So your training for trainers pack might be a solution. I know the Rotary Club of Organ Donation have produced a Rotarians guide for India purposes. So that's every Rotary Club should have that. From our point of view, the training is a good aspect. We train people who we don't train them. We call them ambassadors. They are living people, living recipients, donors, and families. And then they go out there and raise awareness, but they just need the confidence building and the sharing of knowledge of how to communicate that. So I think this is where you were coming to in terms of the work you're doing as well, in terms of trying to create more education.
Okay, thank you very much, Rotary Mistry. Now, I think any questions from anyone who's participating, who are there, they are open to ask any questions to all our participants, all our speakers, or even to me or to Rotarian Kirat Mistry on this very, very special occasion of Indian Organ Donation Day, which has been brought to you by our Healing Our Earth and Mr. Neil Kumar and his team. So
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal. What we have diagnosed, what we have come to a conclusion today, that we need to have a central register, or we need to have a very good area where people can go and post their experience. I think this is a very good idea. Kirit, maybe later you can discuss with Nishit and our social team, and I will say yes to it. Let's create a very big, a group, maybe on a Facebook and a WhatsApp and also other mediums, and let's collate all the information, because within us we've got so much contacts that I think let's do what even Gurj mentioned the same thing. Two of the Indian Rotarians mentioned the same things. I think we have learned that we need to do that, and then maybe Kirit, maybe tail end of this year, if we could meet Swittings and Bob Blackman. The British MPs still carry a lot of weight around, and because India and UK have had a very good tie and relationship, let's see if we can leverage from here with Rotarian Lal Goyal and get a bit of political movement going as well. So I think we need to focus now on the things which were missing, and maybe that will be very good. Dipen, there is a question for you. A lot of, I will just summarize it because different people asking in a different form. Number one, Asian skin, particularly South Asian skin, is it more prone to cancer compared to other nationalities? And what should one be aware of? So these are general questions which people are asking. I will just summarize for you. Depend, over to you.
Wonderful. Yes, a great question. So what I understand, actually, skin cancer with the race, what I see highly on a Caucasian side, or white skin has a more pigments issue, melatonin issue. So that's what I understand. Indian has a more, there is a reason because of our environment. Mostly part of the India, southern, eastern, or western, a tropical environment, and then a lot of heat waves. So there is chances for skin cancer is very heavily. That in America, we see a lot of skin cancer, but there is not too much sun, right? All kind of weather where I live here. Summer is, of course, a very extreme summer, but mostly people they don't stay outside unless until they do some activities, gardening or go to the beach. So there is nothing in your skin has a more viability of chances for skin cancer. Yeah, unless they don't know, they don't have awareness about how to protect themselves, use the sunscreen, use the goggles, wear the hat, stay on a certain time of the day, stay inside of the home, stay hydrated. Those things are very, very important.
Thank you, Dipen. Kate, if you can make a note that Lord Rami Ranger is supporting Rotarian Sandeep, who's part of Healing Our Earth as well. Maybe when Rotarian Lal comes here, I'll just introduce you guys, and if you could meet them, let's maybe create and start a session, maybe either in Commons or Lords, get the momentum going, because this kind of things takes 2-3 years before it comes to fruition. And I think that will be very useful, because I think what Rotarian Lal is doing is a lot of effort. I mean, generally in India, almost thrice a week he's just traveling somewhere and doing outreaches. So maybe we should help him, not just from the Indian perspective, but generally, because, you know, organ donation can apply into any country. So it'd be very good. Amrita, so while you were there and Kirit said that he can't sing like you, we want to wish our Rotarian Lal Goyal, his birthday is coming on Friday, I think. He has different days when he has birthday, but I think Friday is one of the official ones. Would you like to sing to the Rotarian Lal Goyal for us, please, Amrita, on behalf of Healing Our Earth?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So from everyone, I'm deciding whether I sing in Hindi or whether I sing in English.
Any language is
आपको
fine.
जन्मदिन की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई लाल जी. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, and may good God bless you with loads and loads. हम भी अगर बच्चे होते, नाम हमारा होता डब्लू बबलू, खाने को मिलते लड्डू, तो दुनिया कहती हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू. हैप्पी
Thank you
बर्थडे.
very much.
नमस्कार.
Thank you very much.
It's wonderful. Rotarian Lal Goy, may Earth bless you, because not only do you produce at least 1 to 1.5 hours at Healing Our Earth in any topic, there is no topic where you don't have contacts. I love when people come from Mathura, Vrindavan, and Vanarasi, because they bring a spiritual touch as well. And Deepan, who has been here, I think, second or third time, it's so nice that we are connected globally. And as agreed, what we have learned from everybody, that maybe we should have a huge central, you know, public, social public media group, you know, where we can collate so much information and encourage and educate people, maybe also guide them where they can have a nearest contact where they can go and learn more about it or get a bit of guidance. So I think that would be very useful. Kirit, you can activate few things. Sudhir is here as well, Rotarian Sudhir, who is now almost in every episode of Healing Our Earth as a panelist as well. Sudhir, do you agree that if we can create awareness and education more and more, then that will help? Doesn't particularly help India, because if there is no infrastructure and more people register to donate, but there will be no infrastructure to help that organ transplantation. So I think that's a slight different mechanism we're going to find for India. Over to you, Sudhir, for your comments, please.
There is absolutely no doubt that awareness is the first step to making a change. And this change cannot be left to chance. This has to be made to happen. It is most important thing that life is extended. We have the know-how, and the only thing that is stopping us from reaching where we want to reach is what I call knowledge action gap. Today we have all kind of physical technologies and humanities technologies to bridge that gap. So we should resolve, and nobody other than us present here is in a position with determination and resources to do it. So I fully agree with you. And before I stop, let me once again congratulate and wish great Mr. Lal Goel for his happy birthday coming on Friday. May God give you many, many productive years ahead. We cherish each day of your company and we achieve a lot in your company. So may God give you a healthy, happy future years together. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everybody.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. And shortly we will be concluding. Mita, your quick comment, and then we just go around the panel. Mita, over to you. Your comment, please.
Thank you, and global namaste, and many happy returns in advance to Dr. Rotarian Lal Goelji. There was another birthday as well. I remember during the show, this program. A lot I heard about the hindrances in India with reference to uh, accidents usually happening in remote places and the centers which can help with organ donation immediately are in the metropolitan cities. So, what is the hindrance of bridging this gap together? Because here, for example, you will have paramedic helicopter taking you from remote place as well if there was an accident to the most appropriate hospital who can cater to that surgery or that has got the facility of the organs to be donated. In that way, our country is origin of, where we originate from, India. It's very much ahead in satellite communications and in space engineering, and is now developing, partnership with NASA. So yes, we are much ahead when it comes to technology that way. So what is the hindrance? Why is not government looking at, what do you think, that we should be having such helicopter, paramedics, and other arrangements for especially those remote places which are most prone for high speed accidents?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Joshi. Very good question. I will just give an example to you, then I will give the answer. The example is Rotarian Deepan Shah belongs to New Jersey right now, and New Jersey population is only 90 lakhs. People stays there, and that there they have 50 organ retrieval or transplant centers in New Jersey, while the Uttar Pradesh, from where I belongs in India, the population is almost equivalent to the entire country of USA, almost, and there are only eight retrieval or organ transplant centers. So you can imagine the gap. We don't have the lack of hospitals. Good infrastructure hospitals are there every district, every city. So there is no need to shift the patient. But what we require is a retrieval center. The reason why no retrieval centers are coming up, first thing is the government will. Secondly, the bureaucratic hurdles, the red tape is. And thirdly, even the mind setup of the hospital owners, because they feel that if we will tell that patient that this patient is fit for organ donation, they will immediately think that the hospital wants to make money, and that type of mindset is there in the public. So everyone is responsible for this, and question of helicopter or shifting the patient is not there because of the economic conditions, the financial condition, which we are lacking far more than any other developed country. So, and it is not covered by the insurance so far. Very few insurance companies have started, but they are compensating about a lakh of rupees, where the surgery starts from 8 to 9 lakhs to goes to crore of rupees in Indian currency. So one can imagine that when this is the gap, how anyone can afford for these types of luxury ride, I can say, of helicopter.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal. And Dr. Amrita, time to wind up now. And what a wonderful session. We had so many Rotarians. Just before we wind up, let's take a tip, just over a minute or 30 seconds. What are your tips or what guide would you want to provide for organ donation?
Sorry, Neil, I missed the question. Yes, sir.
Any tip or any guidance to the people who are listening for organ donation?
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. It's basically it's awareness, education, awareness. Reach out maximum. People need proper guidance. People are willing to do the only things they don't understand the concept and the root cause up to the basic level is we have to start from the basics. So from the lower area, from the rural area, and then from we go up and higher. Because as we mentioned, as Mr. Goel mentioned also, okay, biggest challenge in India or anywhere, but India, I'm right now focusing on India. So they have a awareness issue is too much, and people don't have they don't have clarity about organ tissue, and this is one can start from the everyone's involvement. Government cannot do anything. Everyone looking their own interests, hospitals and other stuffs, but we have to start with the right path, right education, right awareness. Continuous hammering awareness is very important. That's the
Very
reason I
simple.
go every year in India and I awareness specific place every time. Now they are masters wherever I go. So that's only one thing I can give you advice.
So Deepan is very clear. If you don't know much about it, at least make people aware or make them aware where to be aware from or get educated. So awareness. Education. Spread the message as best, as fast as you can. Thank you. Kirit, your message.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a remarkable Organ Donation India Day today and the awareness. But I think what's coming out of this is what you said, Neil G, is that we need to create this network of the case studies, the donors, the recipients, and get them to come together. And through that, we will be able to then get the message out wider field. So that's what's coming out of today. And we can start that through the Rotary, but we can do it wider in terms of all the contacts, because it's important to get the message out, and that will change people's minds.
And so let's do it. We have agreed. In fact, Rotary are part of Healing Our Earth. They first approached us in the first pandemic year, where then I said, let's give you exclusivity, where they brought in so many people, and ever since so many Rotarians are part of Healing Our Earth. So Amrita, you, Kirit, and Nishit, if you could form, maybe let's start with a Facebook group page, which there are plenty, but they are on a protracted basis. If we can do one centralized consortium we're doing, and Healing and Rotary can do it together, we will propagate it and give Rotary a plug on it, definitely. So let's do it. It's a perfect time. Deepan, you can help in America. We got so many countries who are connected to us. Let's just do it, because this is a good cause, and who knows whose life we may save. Over to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal, and your comment, please.
Thank you, Neil Kumarji. First of all, I would like to thank Healing Our Earth to give this platform. And this shows like everybody has mentioned about the awareness. Awareness starts if we will give time. But the unfortunate part in India is that the media houses are not giving that much time. They can give time only on this type of occasion like Indian Organ Donation Day, etc. But what about other days? Why they are not coming out with this? Secondly, as rightly Mr. Rotary and Deepan Shah said, awareness. But to create awareness, where if we are talking to those remote areas or those cities, even Class A cities, Class B cities, the remote question is infrastructure. So the emphasis has to be done. All the stakeholders, whether the government or the bureaucrats or the politicians or the NGOs or the civil society, educationists, philanthropists have to come together and create such an environment. They should understand one thing, which I would like to just say, that as per the latest survey done in Bangalore, which is like a Silicon Valley of USA. 20% of the population of the IT the people are suffering from organ failure. This is a very, very alarming thing. The young generation has to understand this message to go to them that this is not for the elderly persons like us. This is very important for them because we have completed our life, we are on bonus, but they have to have full life. And if they will not change their lifestyle, because the lifestyle has to be changed, that is also a very, very important message. Please keep your organs healthy. If you keep your organ healthy by changing your lifestyle, you can watch Healing Our Earth program on Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, so many things. You will learn how to change the lifestyle, and the lifestyle change is very much required for keeping organs healthy. And if our organs are healthy, we don't require organs, but we will be able to save many lives. So my message is keep your organs healthy to keep not only yourself alive long, but also your near and dears alive. Thank you very much.
Rotary Lal Goyal is very clear that love your organ, nurture your organ, take care of your organ, and then your organs will take care of you. So it's very simple message. Don't take it very lightly. Amrita, this is hinted at you. You are the youngest of the people over here. So keep your organs very healthy and you will keep healing our earth very healthy too. So let's take a comment again from Lata. You've been listening. Your quick comment on what you have learned today on organ donation.
Good evening, everyone, and a global namaste. What I've got, the message coming clear is that it's a very emotional and sensitive operation, and it should be tackled with a lot of delicate sensitivity and the emotional understanding of all the implications that are involved. Yes, the education and the awareness is prime, but there's also the emotional side. We've got to be educating them about that they're going to feel the highs and the lows about this donation. Process. And also, we've got to all, take care of our, well, if you're talking about kidneys, take care of our alcohol consumption. We need to be moderate and sensible about that so that we can keep those healthy. By being wise, we can look after our gift from the divine. Our organs are very, very precious, and we need to treat them with due respect and due care.
Thank you. So Lata say organs are very precious. Take care of them. Just resonating what Rotary and Lal has said. Final two comments, one from Dr. Lakshmi and one from Rotarian Sudhir, and we conclude. So Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, organ donation. You are a lead in the Europe, the Hindu section. Do you think the Europe people are doing much notice and educating people for organ donation?
Namaste to all of you. Yes, problem of organ donation is really, really very difficult to solve. Recently, Bob Blackman conducted a discussion in the parliament on organ donation, and everybody was talking, but nobody was forthcoming with anything positive. So, it stops somewhere, a full stop, and it doesn't move ahead. So I would say that there are discussions going on organ donation all over, but the people who are willing to donate are very, very few. So Can we have something like we register for example, me and my husband, we have registered so that, you know, after we pass away, our body will be taken away for donation. So after the death, you are anyway, your body is useless, so can't we donate? So this, at least this portion of whatever happens, we can spread, so they can register once they die, their body is taken over, and it helps a lot of people. So at least let us discuss and promote this aspect of organ donation. At
Thank
least
you.
donate.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. So, Kirit, there you got two testimony from Dr. Lakshmi Vyas and Mr. Vyas. They will be writing up to you for on a Facebook and supporting that, yes, we should do that. For GDPR, for data protection, we cannot hold a register on behalf of a government or an organization until this is a parastatal, but it doesn't matter. It will not stop us creating a testimony page and a Facebook group page, because today everybody has agreed that they will support. So there, your last comment before
Sorry,
we
nearby, just
Yeah.
a quick comment. Dr. Vyas, in the UK, we are now automatically going to be donors unless we opt out. As long as you've just said the conversation with your next of kin and your family, so they don't override your decision. So automatically we are going to be donating our organs, whichever are healthy. So thank you.
Very good.
And that was a huge move. That was a huge move. There was education going as well. So, Kirit, as I said that maybe Thailand, Swittings and Bob Blockman, of course, they are of a different party now, but we might be able to find a method. And when Rotary Lal comes, it's a good time to start it. We need to kickstart with one person from the House of Lords and one from House of Commons. Well, as you know, Dola Poppet from House of Lords, Gadia, Rami Ranger, they're all part of Healing Our Earth. Let's get the momentum going. Let's support Rotarian Lal Goyal because his heart is completely in this and he is flexible. He hasn't got an ego that he needs to be up there. What he wants an ego of is that the organ donation is actually at the forefront. So let's just support people who are of a like-minded situ. And as Dr. Lakshmi Vyas said, maybe she can carry it for us on the Europe part through the community engagement. Kirit, so
if we can get the Parliament, our Lords and MPs, 22nd to the 28th of September, here in England, UK, we have Organ Donation Awareness Week. So if we can get something organized between now and then, it's a bit short notice, but let's try and do something around that.
Well, let's get one of them. And you've obviously got, because it's a UK one, the date is reserved in the Healing Our Earth calendar anyway. So we do want to, and of course, Rotarian Lal Goyal will be part of that too. So Amrita, Rotarian Lal Goyal mentioned that learn bit of Ayurveda, learn bit of Indian knowledge system, learn and love your organs. So next week is a special Ayurveda episode at Healing Our Earth, isn't it? Tell us a bit more about it and then you can wind up.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Kirit Thai, and thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyalji. Yeah, I have been listening the hours today to know more about what's going on. I'm pretty impressed with a lot of people, they have been doing in this noble cause. And very rightly said, Rotarian Lal Goyalji, as a lifestyle counselor, I often recommend people lifestyle choices and how well they can lead their lives. And wherever possible, I give a lot of talks on educating people regarding how precious their life is in terms of medicine and the kind of diseases we have and disorders that, especially the NCDs, the non-communicable diseases that come from one end, but that can be very fatal and can give you a life-changing experience in these ways where you lose your kidneys, you are damaging your liver, sometimes your lungs and the heart. And then once it happens with them, that becomes a complete change in their life. And pretty much I have also noticed with this lifestyle things and the stress growing, a lot of women who are not married at right age. And with the hormonal disturbances in them, they are also developing a lot of other problems in different multiple organs apart from uterus, which is one of the leading causes again for the organ damage. And we, because of our food choices, because of our habits that we are lived in, and whatever personally we tune ourselves into in terms of how we sleep, how we eat, how we think, how we live, how we sit, how we talk, how we, whatever we are using as personal choices, right from the cosmetics to the hair oil, to the hair colors, to the clothes, every single thing matters in your lifestyle. And that any small thing can be a very big leading cause to some disaster. So understanding the right approaches and the natural ways of living and understanding the rhythm of life in a natural way may help you in saving your and many other people's life. And that's why right lifestyle choices, from the very basic stuff of getting up on time, understanding your nature's call, utilizing your times, and understanding how beautiful the plate of your life is from the plate of your dining table, is also very important. And that's why today's episode, I humbly want to thank each and every contributor who has contributed to make this episode very successful. The next very episode in the next week, we are having an Ayurveda special episode, which is based on medicinal wealth and wellness. And the coming week, we all are together to celebrate Hare Krishna, and the Janmashtami bells, along with the Independence Day. So keep watching, keep tuning in, Healing Our Earth at our channel, as well as various partner channels where we seek entertainment as well as fun and education with you all. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in, and let's wind up with Gayatri Mantra.
And Amrita, just before you wind up, a last tip from our panelist, who is always there with a smile. And I think originally Rotarian Lal Goyal brought him in one episode, I think quite a long back, and he is there every week there. Rotarian Sudhir, your tip for organ donation or education or awareness tip, anything you want to say, please, over to you.
Thank you, Neil. Listening to great minds like Rotarian Kirit, Rotarian Lal Goyal, Dr. Randhawa, and all friends today, I am reminded of what Archimedes said thousands of years ago. He says, "Give me a long enough lever and a place to stand, and I'll move the earth." The determination which Rotarian Lal Goyal and Rotarian Kirit have shown is the long lever we need, and the network, Neil, you proposed combining Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, E-Club of Organ Donation, and our Healing the Earth. I think the three together are the fulcrum on which we will stand and will make the movement that we are so determined to do as a tribute to all of us, our determination and ambition here. With these words, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here with you and enrich myself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kirit, Rotarian Lal Goyal, bring it on, bring the social media on, let's create. We are not out there to impress people. We are out there to unite people for their testimony, for their encouragement, for their education, and for their awareness. Back to our smiling, Dr. Amrita, the senior anchor at Healing Our Earth and the senior admin. Let's have a nice, calming, soothing Gayatri mantra to finish this wonderful Indian Organ Donation Day today. Thank you, Rotarian Lal. Thank you, Kirit. So speedily, you both put it up together, and it was such a privilege to have in between live the actual charter meeting as well. So, Rotarian Lal, well done. Very proud of you as well as Kirit. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Rotarian Sudhir Sharan. Before I start with Gayatri Mantra, I think these lines that I often chant in my prayers are very, very suitable for today's conclusion. इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्।